Good morning. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx Webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Those attendees that have registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In view of the passing of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, I would ask you to observe a moment of silence and sympathy for members of the royal family and all those who will mourn throughout the Commonwealth. Thank you. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new jobs. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the committee and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have the last meeting's minutes?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, August 31st minutes.
Okay, can we have a motion to confirm the minutes of the last meeting? Carl? Seconder,
Mr. Chairman.
Zahir? All in favor? Minutes are confirmed. Are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff for the items 1 to 20? No. Okay. Are there any deferral requests, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, for the first 20 items?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. Item number 8, 15 Eleanor Avenue, file number A0632/22TEY. I don't believe that the sign was posted in time.
Okay, so that is that an automatic deferral?
Yes, that would be for improper notification.
All right, so we'll deal with that then. Are there any others in this morning's time slot?
See none for this morning.
Pardon?
See no further for this morning.
Okay, thank you.
And through you, Mr. Chair, there are no files to be closed this morning as well.
Okay. Let us then now proceed to number 1, 483 Windermere Avenue. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by enclosing the front porch. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and 2 form letters in support. So, Mr. Belcher. We have Mr. Belcher.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Mr.
Okay.
Belcher, you can turn on your video if you'd like.
That's okay. Oh, there we are. Got it. I'm not sure it's going to work. Anyway, this is a very straightforward application. Do I need to make a presentation on it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Do you have any
So-
questions?
Yeah. Panel, do we have any questions of Mr. Belcher? All right. Mr. Belcher, before we go into committee, did you want to say anything?
Just that the clients want to enclose their front porch, and there's 2 variances which reflect the existing situation of the front porch. And there are many examples in the neighborhood of porches that have been enclosed or half enclosed that have similar setbacks from the front and sides. So we're consistent with patterns that exist in the neighborhood already. Both immediate neighbors have no objection to it.
Okay, thank you. Panel? Yes, Larry?
No, I was just going to move a motion, Chair, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
This is a very straightforward application, Chair, and the applicant is right. There are numerous examples of porch enclosures in this neighborhood, so I would like to move approval with no conditions.
All right, seconders are here. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 2, 641 St. Claren's Avenue. The purpose of this application is to convert the existing 2-story detached dwelling from 1 unit into 3 units through interior alterations. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and email correspondence from Transportation Services. Mr. Battaglia.
Committee members. Well, you've covered it basically. The scope of the project entails converting a single-family home to a triplex. There's 2 one-bedroom units and 1 two-bedroom unit. It's strictly interior renovation, no addition. Zoning allows a triplex in the area. As we all know, in Toronto, there is a need for this small, low-income rental units. And the relief we're requiring is from the parking requirement for 3 parking spaces. We propose no parking spaces. There simply is no room on the site for any parking at all.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think we have enough information at this point. Panel, do you have any questions? Okay, do we have a motion? Yes, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move approval without condition. Again, this is a very straightforward application. It's going to address some of the housing need problems that we have in the city, and it's being done in a manner that's consistent with the neighborhood character. So I would like to move approval.
All right, seconders are here. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 3, 43 Beaver Avenue. Purpose of this application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a new converted front porch with a green roof, a new front bay window on the 1st and 2nd levels, and a 3rd-story addition with a rear balcony. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and a staff report from Urban Forestry. Mr. Fratercangelli.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, this is Matthew Fratercangelli, the authorized agent on the application. Address is 107 Gladstone Avenue in Hamilton, Ontario. Postal code L8M2H8. I do have a presentation prepared if the committee would like to hear that. There was no planning staff comments on the application. Overall, we believe this is a fairly minor development. Most of the variances are related to side yard setbacks, which are an existing condition of this skinnier, smaller lot. There are 3-story developments on the street. And overall, we believe we maintain the general intent of the bylaw. We do meet the height restrictions. And as I said, if you'd like me to go through my presentation, I can.
No, I think probably. Panel, do we need a full presentation? No, I don't think so, sir. We have looked at it, and it seems pretty straightforward. So do you have anything you want to say before I take it into committee?
No, that would be everything unless the committee had questions.
All right, thank you. All right. Yes, Sahir? Sahir?
Just a couple of quick questions. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. One is just related to the balcony. I don't know if any screening is required or not. So that may be one item that you might want to address. And the other is, I noticed in the front, I think it's drawing SK1, there's an existing walkway to be removed. What's intended to replace the walkway?
It'll be a new concrete walkway similar to the existing, just a bit more of a modern design with sort of staggered platforms.
Would you be averse to the idea that a new walkway be produced out of porous materials?
No, not at all. I think the owner is inclined to use green strategies. He did want the green roof on the front porch, and I think he would be happy to do a permeable paver solution.
Thank you. And with regard to the screening, is there any screening required? I couldn't quite see it from the drawings.
In our zoning review, we didn't come across any required screening, and we did go through a formal zoning review at the city, and they also did not flag any screening requirement. The rear yard balcony is also, it doesn't pass the rear third-story balcony, sorry, it doesn't pass the rear wall of either neighbor.
Okay.
So this does help with some oversight and privacy.
Excellent. Thank you.
From
All right, thank you. Any further questions, Carl?
Just one, Mr. Chairman. Could you tell me what consultation you had with the neighbors on either side? I had the same question about screening. It seemed to me that the second floor balcony might need screening, but it would be to the benefit of the neighbors on either side, and I'm wondering what consultation you've had with them.
The owner casually discussed the application with his neighbors, just in plain conversation, kind of on the sidewalk, and they had no real opposition. I believe both properties on each side are rental units.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion? Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree, this is not a significant major application. I think the proposal is reasonable. I share his concern about screening. The third third floor terrace is in fact behind the adjacent properties, and I don't think creates an overlook problem, but the second floor balcony does. So I would suggest a condition that the second floor balcony ends be screened. And also there is a request from the forestry for forestry condition number 1. Subject to those conditions, I think the proposal fits in admirably with the community and is a good proposal.
So Carl, could you specify the height of the screening and the
1
nature of the material?
1.5 meters. It should be something that one can't see through, so it needs to be
Opaque.
opaque, and it needs to go on the ends, which I can double check, but if you just say the ends, I think we can probably carry that. I can check and see what that's on the east and west ends.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Yes, Larry? All in
I think,
favor?
Chair, before we pass it, did we catch the permeable pavers for the front walkway?
Oh, I think we didn't. Thank you. Carl?
Carl, will just a friendly amendment that we...
I'm sorry, I forgot that. No, that's fine. I missed it.
Okay.
And the walkway at the front is to be impermeable pavers. Thank you, Larry.
All right, thank you. Larry, you second the motion now?
I am. Thanks, Chair.
All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Number 4, 1473 Danforth Avenue. Purpose of the application to convert the ground floor garage of the existing non-residential building into office space. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Mr. Dom.
Yes.
Yes, can we have your name and address for the record, sir?
My name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
Okay, I don't believe we need a presentation with this. Seems very straightforward. Panel, do you have anything you want to say, Mr. Dom, before I take it into committee?
I would like to say that we've had correspondence with transportation. They have no issues with the parking variance for this application, given that there are already 4 legal boulevard parking spaces present.
Okay. All right. Panel, do you have any questions, or do we have a motion? Larry?
Thanks, Jerry. Yes, another straightforward application, I believe. This is quite appropriate for the location. It's not going to have any impact on the surrounding neighborhood, and it's a good reuse. So I would like to move approval with no conditions.
All right, Sahir, you seconded. All in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Number 5, 25 Victor Avenue. The purpose of this application is to permit the reconstruction of the covered front porch of the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. And Mr. McEachran.
Good morning, committee.
Good morning. Can we have your name and address for the record, sir?
Yes, it's Grant McEachran, 30A Queensbury Avenue, Toronto.
All right,
Thank
you. So I don't believe we need a presentation from you. It seems straightforward. Do you have anything you want to say to the panel before I take it into committee?
No, other than I think it falls under the minor minor variance category, existing conditions. And if you have any questions, happy to answer, but nothing further to say.
All right, panel, any questions, or do we have a motion? Yes, Sahir.
Thank you, Chair. I think this again is a very minor variance request, and not anything that one would have any objections to. So I don't see any reason not to put forward a motion to approve without any conditions.
All right, thank you. We have a seconder. Carl, all in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Number 677 Queen Street East. The purpose of this application is to construct 15 additional residential dwelling units within Phase 2 mixed-use building. Increasing the total number of permitted dwelling units is cited in site-specific zoning bylaws 1363-2015 and 1364-2015.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, members.
898 units to 913 units. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence from Heritage Planning, a report from Toronto and Region Conservation Authority. We have opposition from someone with no address provided. So, Mr. Hoon?
Yes.
Yes. Could we
Chair.
have your name and address for the record, sir, and your presentation? There is some opposition.
Sure. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is David Hun at 3 Church Street, Suite 200, Toronto, Ontario, M5E 1M2. I'm a planner at Bellsfields Inc., and we are the land use planning consultants and agent for 77 and 79 EDR Inc., owner of the lands municipally known as 677 Queen Street East. On their behalf, we submitted a minor variance application before you, requesting variances to site-specific bylaws 1363-2015 and 1364-2015, amending bylaws 438-86 and 569-2013, respectively, to permit an increase in the total number of units on the site by 15 in order to facilitate interior changes to allow for a change in unit mix for the second phase of this redevelopment. By way of background, the former OMB approved the rezoning application in 2017, and this was site plan approved by the city in February 2020. Phase 1 is complete, and the last phase, which is before you today, consisting of a mixed-use building with a 6-story element fronting Queen Street East, connected to a 14-story tower element at the south end, is currently under construction today. This application is being considered along with a site plan amendment application, which was submitted concurrently. These applications have been extensively discussed with city planning staff both during the pre-application stage as well as during the ongoing site plan amendment review process. As a result, staff have not raised any concerns on either application and are awaiting the outcome of the committee's decision today in order to finalize the site plan amendment application. It's important to note that the site plan amendment application and this minor variant application do not seek any changes to the overall built form of the proposal, nor does it require any other variances that are before you today, as we comply with all parking, amenity space, building setbacks, and height provisions. We have submitted a comprehensive planning rationale letter in support of the minor variance application, and I would be happy to go into greater details if the committee wishes. But in summary, it is my professional opinion that the requested variances satisfy the 4 tests set out in Section 45(1) of the Planning Act, as they meet the general intent and purpose of the official plan, as they conform to the policies of the official plan, including those pertaining to land use, intensification, housing, and urban design. They also meet the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, as all other zoning provisions, as I had indicated, such as parking, amenity, and building heights and setbacks, are satisfied. The variances are minor in nature, as there are no additional built form impacts, given that there are no changes to the building massing. Finally, the variances are appropriate and desirable, as they will facilitate additional housing in an emerging transit-rich part of the city. Therefore, it is my professional opinion that the committee approve this application, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, whether it be about the specifics of the proposal or any of the analysis provided in my letter. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Panel, any questions? Yes, Larry?
Thanks, Chair. I know we have someone standing by to speak, but I did want to ask about unit mix. As I'm sure the agent is aware, there is a pretty robust school of thought that looks at unit mix, and particularly the supply of 3-bedroom units in the city. My understanding is that there is a bit of a short supply of 3-bedroom units, particularly those which are close to transit. And I didn't see anything in the materials in your that spoke to the planning rationale around the changing of that mix, with the exception, I guess, of market conditions. But I wonder if you could just give me your perspective on why we're reducing the number of 3-bedrooms and increasing 2 and 1s.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your question. I think first and foremost, it's really important to kind of note that one of the requirements that we are continuing to satisfy is the minimum of 10% 3 bedrooms on the overall site, on the overall lands. That includes phase 1. This was something secured by the city through the approvals process at the OMB. And we continue to maintain that provision because, as you had indicated, there is a need for family-size units, particularly 3 bedrooms, and we continue to provide that number as per required. And simply, what we are finding, with respect to just the change in market, is that we're still maintaining the need and the provision of family-size units, but still accommodating a growing trend of a broader mix of units, and also further supporting intensification on this site, given its proximity to the planned East Harbor station that is within walking distance of the subject site. What we're still maintaining, quite frankly, is still a mix of uses. The 2-bedroom units that are also the result of these conversions are still fairly large in size and can accommodate different family sizes as well. So it's our opinion that there still continues to be a broad mix of uses proposed as a result of this, including family size units that are still maintained on the overall site.
Are these, you mentioned this is phase 2. Are the units in phase 2 sold yet, or you haven't sold them?
For the most part, all these units are in terms of the overall development, are all accounted for in phase 2. And then these ones are still yet, haven't been constructed yet. So they're current, the hope and timing of this is that, following this approval, that, it will be in a position where we can make these changes to the building.
I'm not sure I understood that, but so are you saying that all the units, even the ones that you're proposing to change, have been sold?
I'm not aware because, at this point, that's on the marketing side of the application, and I'm not aware of the progress of that. I would expect that, it is anticipated that these have been marketed. Whether or not they're actually, purchase and sale agreements, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so your client has proceeded to sell the units based on getting approval from this committee.
Again, I'm not aware of the sales process of it. I'm just simply, what we're putting forward here is a proposal to change the unit mix. And what we're looking to do is facilitate this through this minor variance application.
Thank you.
All right, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is Mr. Cozy going to speak today? Is he on the line to speak?
He's on the list.
Okay, I'll leave the question.
John? Yes, he's on the line, Carl.
He raised a question from the OMB, and I was going to raise it. So if he's there, that's great. He can raise it himself. Thank you.
Okay. Sahir, did you have a question?
No, just a comment that I think I'm glad Larry's picked up on the idea to the proposal that contemplates conversion of 3 bedrooms from 23 bedrooms down to I forget how many they are, but there's a reduction in the number of 3-bedroom units. I think the city, we've already seen that a lot of younger people, as they, graduate out of a 1-bedroom unit, find it very difficult to raise families in the city, and the city is definitely requiring a lot more 3-bedrooms. I find this a very difficult issue, but I think I'll leave it for now.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cozy?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Okay. So yeah, I have an objection to this. Should I just go ahead?
Can we have, Mr. Cozy, can we have your name and your address for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Anthony Cozy, C-O-Z-Z-I, and my address is 90 Broadview Avenue.
Okay, can we have your comment,
Toronto.
sir?
Yeah, so I have 2 concerns. Concern number 1 is that this project has been going on a very long time. It's over 6 years at this point. So it's been very, very disruptive to being able to live in this neighborhood in my home, to the extent that I've had to actually move out of my home for quite a few months at various times during the project. So it's very concerning that there's potentially more time and more construction to be done at this point. So that's concern number 1. It's just that because of the duration of this, which seems excessive even for Toronto at this point, to be running up into potentially 7 years to build around 900 units.
All right, Mr.
So it's very concerning that we might have...
All right, Mr. Cozy,
Yeah.
We're here as a committee to deal with the variances that are put forward. We don't have any jurisdiction over the time of construction. So we note your comment, but we can't do anything about it.
Okay, well, I guess the point then is that adding more units is going to compound more to that issue. The second thing I'd say then is that this was a very contentious project in the neighborhood, and it was originally, I think, slated to be around 1,000 units, and through compromise, it was brought down below 900, and that was approved at the city level, approved at the OMB level. So it was confirmed everywhere that it was going to be sub 900, and that was the final number. So it's difficult to understand why now, after that was written down quite clearly, or agreed quite clearly, that it would be considered to add more units to this development. Those are my main concerns.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Hun?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your questions. I'll briefly talk about the first item, but as the committee has indicated, we're not here to really discuss construction timelines. But as I had mentioned in response to a previous question, the anticipation here is that with this change in unit mix, there is no change in the timeline of construction, and that we're hoping and expecting that the timeline is that when we get site plan, if we get approval by the committee, we get final approval with respect to our site plan amendment application, and we can simply continue on with construction, and there is no change in the timelines at all. With respect to the second question or second comment, why the change and why the slight increase of 15 units, to what was approved originally at the OMB. I think it's important for the committee to appreciate that, a lot has happened since its approval back in 2017. From a provincial and even municipal policy objective perspective, there is a heightened awareness and importance on intensification in transit supportive areas. None so more than what has occurred in this within walking distance of this community. I think it's well documented about the East Harbor Transit Hub station that's being planned and going to be constructed further south at the East Harbor land site. And, in recognition of the amount of intensification that's going in and around there, including extensive number of new jobs, it's really important that, we look at opportunities where we can facilitate that. And in that respect, what we're seeking here is additional units, but no changes to the overall built form of the proposal. We're not here seeking for additional height or additional density per se, above and beyond what's already contemplated in terms of the building envelope. We're really accommodating and continue to accommodate a mix of units that include family-size units, as well as a good number of, these new units are 2-bedroom plus den units, which would, again, facilitate a different, meet the various needs of different sizes of families. So I hope that responds to the question. Thank you.
I have some follow-up questions if it's possible to ask them.
Mr. Kosi, you had your chance. I'm sorry, we don't allow you to respond to the response from the applicant. So panel, do you have any further questions? Yes, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you please, I'm picking up on the point that Mr. Clay raised about the reduction in 3-bedroom units. The mix proposed is 8 1-bedroom units, 26 2-bedroom units, 1 4-bedroom unit, and there are no 3-bedroom units. Can you tell me what informed your decision on that mix? Because it seems a bit arbitrary.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, a lot of the design moves, so to speak, are kind of resulting from the resulting built form that has been, approved and continues to be contemplated. So as I noted, we're not looking for built form changes. So we really are confined to, the building envelope as it's being constructed and designed. And so what you can appreciate is that, you know, there's a grid structure as it relates to the building, and there's, you know, fixed walls. And so all these changes are done so in a way that are kind of still maintaining the overall integrity and structure of the overall building. And so any changes with respect to the unit mix is kind of being, you know, very much aware of those kind of structural implications. And so, you know, the unit mix that has resulted is one so that, you know, as you've noted, you know, includes a 4-bedroom unit. So, you know, a variation of the unit mix, because, you know, quite frankly, in my experience, and I've been doing this for 20 years, is, you know, a 4-bedroom unit is a bit of an anomaly. And while we're only providing one, is definitely still providing a unit that you know, isn't quite typically provided in these types of developments. And then I would also note that, you know, again, you know, as part of this new unit mix, we are providing a number of 2-bedroom plus den units, which again is slightly smaller than your typical 3-bedroom unit. But, you know, that den space could be, you know, provided as, say, a nursery or, you know, a smaller bedroom. Again, meeting the needs of a different size family. And then, you know, with respect to your comment on the 3-bedroom units, again, I point to you to the fact that, you know, I look at, you know, as a planner, I look at the overall site and look at the offerings of the phase 1 development that had provided, you know, quite a number of 3-bedroom units. And overall, you know, when I look at the overall development, both phases in 1 and 2 combined, I see a mix of units here that continues to kind of accommodate families with a mix of 2-bedroom plus dens, 3 bedrooms and 4-bedroom units now, as well as, you know, units for other size of households. So.
Yes, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unless it's there and I can't find it, I haven't seen a floor plan of a 2-bedroom plus den, and I just wanted to clarify, a 3-bedroom unit would have 3 bedrooms, each bedroom with a window, which is a legal bedroom. In your 2-bedroom plus den, you've argued that the den actually could function as a bedroom, and that presumes that den has a window. You have a floor plan that shows us that, because in fact those units could also be considered 3-bedroom units, could they not, if each of those spaces had a window? So I'm just wondering what a 2-bedroom plus a den is. Is that actually a 2-bedroom and then a space without a window that you're calling a den?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, typically a den doesn't include a window, and
so then it can't be used as a bedroom or a nursery or anything like that, which was your contention. Basically, it can be used as an office, but it can't be used as a bedroom because it doesn't have a window.
Yes, I mean, out of practice, you know, I think they're designed in a way that really is to use for additional space. I would say, though, you know, also, you know, again, personally speaking, and through friends and colleagues that I've visited, where, you know, the space that you have is the space that you design, and it's very common where I have friends that have converted rooms as guest rooms, or have you know, converted them for nurseries under that basis. But, you know, from a purely building code perspective, you know, those dens aren't called bedrooms for a reason, but it's not to say that they cannot be converted and adapted in a way that the owner feels appropriate.
Thank you.
So here.
Pardon my cynicism, but a couple of questions. One is, you mentioned phase 1. How many units in total are there in phase 1? And of those, how many are 3-bedroom units?
Give me a second here. I will just do a quick math calculation here. So as currently proposed, there's a total of 913 units being proposed on the site. As a result of this, there would be 63 bedroom units.
Sorry, 63 bedroom. Okay.
That's correct.
Is that in phase 1?
That is overall.
And in phase 1, so presumably 40 units currently out of a total of how many units in phase one are 3-bedroom?
So phase one will accommodate about 40 3-bedroom units.
And what's the total number of units in that phase?
In phase one,
Mhm.
just give me a second here, 913. There's 686 roughly in the first phase.
And in the second phase, you're proposing no 3-bedroom units out of approximately 300 units?
Look, I mean, for correction, there is still 3-bedroom units. We're just reducing the number of 3-bedroom units.
So you're converting 20 3-bedroom units into smaller units, into 2- and 1-bedroom units?
That's correct. And a 4-bedroom unit.
And 1 4-bedroom.
That's correct.
I don't mean to sound cynical, but I am. The city has seen incredible growth in high-rise units across the city, as you're only too well aware. And these are ones in which I've often used the expression, you can't swing a cat in, because they're so small. How does one raise a family? And increasingly, this is one of the forms of accommodation we're going to see in the city. They are very small in general, and I always get the feeling that there's an attempt to sell more units rather than accommodate families. 3-bedroom units are not uncommon in the old structures of Scarborough and so on. I do believe that this conversion is a little, I feel very uncomfortable with it.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I really would like to stress that, a couple of matters. With respect to 3-bedroom units, there continues to be 21 3-bedroom units being offered as part of the second phase, in addition to the 1 4-bedroom unit, in addition to the 2-bedroom plus 10 units that I had mentioned. But I stress that we are not eliminating all the 3-bedroom units as part of this. Part of the challenge and part of the housing policies, quite frankly, is to provide a broad range of unit types and sizes to accommodate a broad range of families and household sizes. And so it's very important here, that in considering that we are trying to provide a balanced offering of unit sizes and mixes for various household sizes, including family size. Through you, Mr. Chair, I also realize and appreciate the importance of family size units, and these are still being accommodated for as part of this second phase, as well as what was accommodated as part of the first phase. We continue to provide the minimum number of 3-bedroom units on the overall basis that's set out, that was secured as part of the rezoning application, and that continues to be, an important consideration in the overall design of the proposal. And so, we feel, and it's my opinion that this new mix here continues to provide the range of housing, including family size units that's needed, in light of this. So that's just my opinion on that. Thank you.
So, Mr. Kuhn, so is there a reduction of 2 3-bedroom units in this new phase, or is it more?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Mr. Chair?
Well, how many 3-bedroom units were there to be in this second phase?
Yeah, so originally there would have been approximately 40 3-bedroom units, and there's a reduction of 20.
Okay, so this building is, phase 2, is phase 2 occupied yet?
No, it's currently under construction.
But phase 1 is occupied?
That's correct.
All right, and the car dealerships are all up and running?
That's correct.
All right, and you've been marketing this project for quite some time?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, so presumably this application is informed by your client's marketing and that they've decided that they're not going to be able to sell 40 three-bedroom units?
I on their behalf, I can't speak on, and speculate, but I would be my observation that that would be the case, given how, as is indicated, has been a very long and process with respect to the overall development. But yeah, it would be my observation that as we approach the final phase here, that there were likely some challenges with respect to providing that many three-bedroom units. Still meeting, this revised unit mix here still meets, again, the typical securement that the city requires for three-bedroom plus units of 10%. That is being achieved here as part of the second phase. And to that, I think it's also important that staff that you appreciate that staff have, through their own review of the site plan amendment application, have not indicated any objection to this proposed unit mix, because they feel and that we're still providing the 10% three-bedroom plus units, so we're still accommodating a good proportion of units for family size.
Right. Thank you. Panel, any further questions? Okay, we'll go on to committee. Any comments? Larry?
Sure, Chair. I'll start. I understand and I think sympathize a little bit with the applicant's view that that this is an area that would benefit from additional density and additional accommodation. It's going to be the nexus of a whole series of higher order transit. So it is a very important and valuable and significant redevelopment. Having said that, I read this very carefully. I was looking specifically for some really good, solid planning justification for changing the unit mix. And I didn't see any. And I didn't really, with all respect to the applicant, the agent, I didn't really hear a good explanation as to why the unit mix needs to be changed. I'm of the view that this city and many of these areas which are importantly accessible by transit has a real dearth of family size units. And I just don't see the need or any justification for making the change. And I put that in the context that this has been to the board. And the board considered and contemplated this application very seriously and came up with a resolution to, as the resident noted, that was fairly contentious and capped the number of units at what they are. And presumably capping it meant that that was the mix that the board was comfortable with. This sounds like it should be a fairly straightforward application, but I think the underlying implications to me are significant. And I'm a little bit uncomfortable in the absence of what I felt was a reasonable planning rationale for changing that mix. I didn't hear one. So I'm a little bit uncomfortable about approving the variance request because I didn't see a real solid reason as to why that should take place, particularly in the context of this having been through the board. So I don't think I can support it, frankly.
Okay, any further comments? Okay, I just like to say that it's all well and good for us to say that there's a shortage of larger units in the city and we need to accommodate families, etc. But this applicant has been out in the field advertising these units for sale, and from a business point of view, they obviously decided that it would be more beneficial from a sales perspective to reduce the number of 3 bedrooms and change the mix. But they still, as the applicant said, they still meet the 10% set by the site plan. The 10% of all units are 3 bedrooms, so they still meet that limit set out in the site plan. So I think we have to, this is the same thing with respect to the applications we had for parking, for example, where, and the minimum number of parking spaces were, say, 150, and they find that they can't sell 150, and they come in and ask us to reduce the number to 85 or whatever, because they've been in the market and they've tested it. And I think we've got to respect the fact that this building is been marketed for quite some time, and I know that it's up and operating, this location, because I take my car to a dealership in that building, so, or in that development, so that and that's been for about 2 years. So they've been marketing this thing for quite some time, and I think we've got to respect the evidence that they have as to the unit mix that they're able to sell and what the demand is. I mean, it's all, it's good for us to sit here and say, should be more 3 bedrooms, but we're not in the marketplace, and I don't think we should be sitting in judgment of someone who is in the marketplace and has tried, but has yet kept that 10%. So they have more 3 bedrooms in the first phase than they have proportionally than they have in the second phase. I don't think we should punish them because they want a new mix. So, Sahir, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I was just, I'm also looking at the table 1 that was presented on screen a little while ago. And from what I can see, the proposed, the approved unit balance was 8.9%. Out of 898 units, 8.9% were 3 bedrooms. But in the proposed, it drops down to 6.6. So I take your point, Mr. Chair, with regard to testing out, you know, this business has tested out marketing their product. That doesn't mean that it won't change. And I think the business also has a responsibility to look beyond the immediate. And it's not a case of judgment, but I think we do need to look at what our population will need as time goes on. But if we keep restricting the number of units to smaller units, what do families do? Families with 2 children or 3 children, perhaps. I can understand 4-bedroom units are very, very unusual and perhaps not necessary, but certainly 3-bedroom units, I think, are necessary in the city. And for that reason, I find it very difficult to be in favor of this application, so I won't be supporting it.
Larry?
Chair, so thanks for your comments. I totally understand where you're coming from, and I, like all of us, I don't think any of us profess to be an expert in the marketing of condo units. I think what I was trying to understand was, I think our responsibility is to make an informed decision based on the planning rationale. And frankly, with respect to the applicant, I simply didn't hear beyond marketing a planning rationale, a planning justification for the change. And I think that's what I'm rooting my perspective on. in that respect. I have no idea from a marketing perspective where how a company is going to do this, but I do, based on my experience and my background, know that there is a shortage of larger bedroom units in the city, and I'd be hard pressed to see how those couldn't be sold. So I think, you know, I understand your view and your perspective. I think I'm going to stick with my view that I can't support this one.
Okay. Larry, Carl, did you have any comment you wanted to make?
Sure, I'll weigh in at this point. I'm going to support the application. I agree with Larry. The presentation and the material that was provided doesn't give a clear planning rationale for the change. But at the same time, what I don't have is a clear understanding of the city's position on larger units, how many we may be deficient, how many we need to make up, and so forth. And so I find that I don't have the data on both sides of the argument. I agree that the OMB, in evaluating this, indicated a cap of 898 units. I don't know whether that included discussion of the larger 3-bedroom unit. The only area that I do have disagreement with the presenter is that the 2-bedroom plus den units are somehow larger units. They're not. They're small units, and the den is basically a leftover space. I think that, as you have stated, Mr. Chairman, they're having difficulty marketing these, and I'm not an expert in what is and isn't selling in terms of the city right now, but I'm also not aware of the city's position on how many 3-bedroom units we might be deficient. So without that information, I'm inclined to go with the applicant's submission and say that it seems reasonable. It doesn't affect the footprint or the outline of the building in any way. I don't think to that extent it creates a difficulty externally, but I do appreciate both points of view. I appreciate Larry's questioning the planning rationale. I think we need to do that an awful lot more, but I also think that we don't have the planning rationale from the city either in terms of what is the position on larger units and how deficient are we. So I will be supporting the application.
Okay, but just one more point is that although there are fewer 3 bedrooms, there are more units, so that would accommodate more families. And in my building, for example, on my floor, I think all the apartments in our building are either 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom, maybe a studio, I don't know. But on one, there's 3 children in one of these units. So, I mean, these are young children, of course, and until they get to be a certain age, these can be accommodated in 2-bedroom units, so long as they have reasonable size. In any event, someone have a motion? Yes, say here.
I'd like to move refusal of the application as is.
Do we have a seconder, Larry?
Well, I just want to, I don't want to belabor this point, Chair, but I think it's important. So before I second it, I think I want to have, this has been a really helpful conversation, and I want to think a little bit before we proceed as to the merits of the application. So I think I'm on the fence is what it really comes down to on this one. And I don't want to hold something up which is in process and is reasonable. And Carl raises a good point in that city staff have not weighed in on this application, which is, in my view, still an important policy issue. And I'm not sure whether standing in the way of this application necessarily advances the interests of the city in terms of accommodation in an important location. So, you know, the benefit of having a discussion amongst us on this issue is that people bringing points of view to the table which I hadn't considered. So I think I'm going to reconsider my objection. I think we've noted, and I think the applicant and anyone who's been listening painfully perhaps to this discussion will appreciate and understand that these are really important issues and worthwhile of discussion. So I think I'm going to reconsider my position, and I think I'm comfortable with supporting it at this time.
Okay.
So I'm not going to second Zahir's motion.
Okay, so Carl, you're not going to second Zahir's motion either? Okay,
No.
so the motion fails. Do we have another motion? Carl, did you want to bring a motion?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval without condition. I believe our positions have been clearly stated during the discussion. I believe this adds more dwelling units to the mix in Toronto, notwithstanding they're smaller. And I think that's an advantage. It doesn't impact the external form or character of the building, and to that extent, I don't believe it will be negatively received by the adjacent property owners. And so I think it's an appropriate project, and I'm happy to move approval.
All right, do we have a seconder, Larry?
I'll second it, but with a little bit of a caveat, and this is to the applicant and others. You know, bringing forward these kinds of applications, it would help me, and I suspect other members, if you know, there's a more robust discussion about what the underlying need for and planning rationale is for these kinds of changes. But I will second it.
All right, thank you. All in favor? All right, opposed? Zahir? All right, 3-1. You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. Number 7, 55 Derwin Road. The purpose of the application is to legalize and maintain the existing rear deck, shed, and south side parking pad that were constructed without the benefit of a building permit. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and correspondence from planning. Mr. De Gregorio.
Yes. Frank DiGiorgio here, Mr. Chairman. I live at 88 Comey Road. And essentially, you have a written submission from me that tries to put in context what happened on this site. But essentially, the existing built form, that is the dwelling and previously a garage at the rear, was built in compliance with the variances approved in 2010. And I might add that at that point, the coverage was approved at 40%. The width of the driveway was approved at 2.34 meters. And the side yard setback, I believe, was about 0.79 meters. So the deviations from the zoning bylaw that are requested because of the changes that occurred on the site in 2016, and by changes I mean, as you are aware, a swimming pool was added in the rear yard along with a deck that extended along the rear of the house, and the garage at the rear was converted into a cabana. And so the incremental coverage that was being requested now is essentially from 40 to about 47%. And the incremental coverage is generated by the fact that the deck that extends across the rear of the house exceeds 5% and therefore is included as coverage. As well, the overhang of the roof on the cabana that has been extended to provide some sort of relief for the owner is also counted in the coverage. So the incremental coverage, I'm just basically saying, is a consequence of the deck and the overhang on the cabana. The parking space at the front is requested, I think, at 2.2 meters, and it sits on a driveway width of 2.34 meters that was approved in 2010. So against that backdrop, I have worked with planning staff to try and accommodate whatever additional requests they might have that perhaps should have been addressed in 2016 when all of this work was being done, but for whatever reason, it wasn't caught by the inspectors and the building file was never closed. So planning staff really have no additional concerns on this file. They're satisfied that adequate drainage measures have been put in place in the rear yard as well as interlocking pavers. And there are no overlook or privacy issues, I believe, with respect to neighbors. This has existed, as I say, since 2016. And it's just a matter of hopefully legalizing something that probably should have been addressed earlier than today. As I say, it should have been addressed in 2016 while the construction was going on and being inspected. But that said, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking that the variances be approved, and I'm open to any clarifying questions.
So, Mr. De Gregorio, I just want to clarify things for myself. Do I understand that in 2016 your client got a building permit, but during the course of building, the variances that had been approved weren't followed religiously, and so that's why we're here now, because the variances are different than they should have been.
Just by way of further clarification, Mr. Chairman, in 2016, the owner at the time engaged someone to install a pool. And really, he relied on that contractor to do everything and anything that had to do with getting the required permits. The pool was installed and the deck was constructed. However, whoever did the work did not, in my view, get the necessary approvals. And by that, I mean the fact that the deck was too large and therefore was going to be required a coverage variance. It was never addressed. And whoever inspected the site didn't catch it as well. All I'm saying is that things happened that should not have happened. As far as the owner was concerned, he thought everything was okay. Everything was final approval. He paid the person who installed the swimming pool. And it was only when he went to sell the property that it became evident that the building file had never been closed on the site. That is to say, the work that was to be undertaken in 2016 had never received final approval by virtue of having the building file closed. And that's when the previous owner became aware of the problem. And so he's having to rectify that problem so he can complete a sale. I hope that answers your question.
So the Gillises are new owners?
The applicant is really the new owner is applying to have this legalized, and I'm representing the new owner. I was also representing the old owner, but staff required that the new owner be the applicant.
Okay, so the new owner and the old owner have made a deal with respect to the costs of the application and the cost of the building, everything else. It's just up to us to consider these variances.
Correct, except that the old owner is the one covering all expenses.
Yeah.
The new owner is basically holding the old owner accountable for, making sure that everything is legal, that he acquired a legal property.
Yes, okay, thank you. Yes, Larry?
Thanks, Chair. I think the main thing that sticks out on this one for me is the soft landscaping in the rear, and obviously this is already constructed, but I just wanted to confirm from the site plan, you had mentioned that there are interlocking stones, but the site plan actually makes reference to existing permeable pavers. Is that your understanding?
The permeable pavers surround the pool as well as the side yard. There are also other drainage measures. By that I mean like there are grates that allow the water to, I did send in a photo that tries to identify grates in the rear yard that allow water to seep into the ground.
Great.
Over and above permeable pavers.
That's good. No, and the other, so that's helpful. And the other thing, the new deck, is it a wood deck?
Yes, and it's, you know, it's probably less than a meter high. It's not, it's certainly not higher than 1 meter. And it doesn't create any, you know, impact problems with respect to privacy of adjoining neighbors.
I'm just more interested. I want to make sure it wasn't like a concrete deck or anything like that. So it allows rainwater to sort of sluice through, I guess, does it?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's good.
Absolutely.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Larry, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I look at your site plan, you actually don't have any soft landscaping at all in the rear yard. You've got a little bit of permeable paving, which is the extension of the driveway, and then the pool deck, as I see it, is brick, or somewhere in your submission there was a photograph and it appears to be flagstone, not permeable pavers. Are you saying that the entire backyard is permeable pavers? Because that tends to not.
Yeah, the permeable pavers surround the pool. Okay. And as far as I know, the side yard has permeable pavers. At least that's what I should have done a site visit myself, but the reality is that I'm not even sure what the zoning bylaw said in 2016 when it came to rear yard soft landscaping, because
50%.
Yeah, well, there was an old bylaw in place at the same time, so you had to satisfy both. And the fact of the matter is that you're looking at an application in 2016, had things been done properly, an application in 2016 that had to satisfy 2 zoning bylaws. And it may have been dealt with differently because the old zoning bylaw, I don't think, had a restriction on the amount of hard surfacing in the rear yard. And I'm just throwing that out as additional information because I'm not sure myself.
So you wouldn't have any difficulty if there was a condition that the pool deck in the rear yard is to be impermeable pavers, because you said that that's your understanding of the condition now. And just to clarify, permeable pavers won't change the percentage of soft landscaping. It's just that we know that it'll allow for some percolation of water, rather than pure concrete, for instance, won't allow that. So it wouldn't change the numbers, but it would change, to a certain extent, the performance of drainage in the rear yard.
No, and I'm not, against doing whatever else can be done to allow the, proper, better drainage. But my understanding is that staff would have looked at the site, and they probably did a site visit, and they can attest to the fact that the pavers surrounding the pool are in fact permeable pavers.
Okay,
so
thank you very much. That's helpful. Okay, thanks. No, if my support for this would be conditional upon a statement that all paving in the rear yard is to be permeable pavers, and you don't have trouble with that.
Well, my preference is that you modify that to all pavers in the rear yard be to the satisfaction of planning staff, because I think they've already signed off on it.
Okay, I'm not comfortable with that. Thank you.
You have a submission from planning staff that says that. You have something in writing from.
So here.
Just a quick question with regard to the deck. It appears that about 50% of the deck is actually built over an existing cellar.
I'm sorry?
If you look at the, bear with me.
I don't have it in front of me, Mr. Chairman. I don't have that in front of me, unfortunately. I'm not in the city today, so I don't have that in front of me. I do believe, again, that whatever the makeup of the deck is, let's assume that the side is concrete, whatever it is. I don't think it's entirely concrete, but even if it were, in terms of impact, whether I think Larry was suggesting that, well, you know what, that would have an impact on the water draining because the concrete won't allow the water to penetrate through, whereas a wood deck would. I'm not sure what the floor of the deck is. I don't know if it's concrete. I honestly do not know.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think if you look at, I think it's the foundation deck plan, there's actually a cellar, an existing cellar, below the part of the deck, about half of the deck.
No, that is again something that you can clarify was that there is no cellar under the deck.
Well, this particular foundation plan shows that. Foundation deck plan. Staff,
when they did a planning review to try and identify additional variances, specifically recognized that there was no basement under the deck. Because the only reason the deck is counted as coverage, if there were a basement under the deck, it would definitely be counted as coverage, even if it was only less than 5%. But the only reason the deck is being included as coverage is because it exceeds 5% of the lot area. And that's why they're recognizing it as a variance under the zoning bylaw. It's because it's larger than 5% of the site. It's not because there's a basement underneath. And again, that can all be clarified through planning staff because we looked at it in very close detail.
Okay. My only comment is that I find it difficult to conceive that the soft landscaping in the rear yard is only 17.66% when the pool seems to occupy a large portion of the yard, and pools are counted as soft landscaping. But
correct. And as I indicated, you're right. The pool basically comprises the majority of the soft landscaping in the rear yard. The fact that the circumference of the pool is surrounded by permeable pavers, that's not included as soft landscaping. So all the permeable pavers essentially making up the rest of the rear yard, along with the cabana, is hard landscaping. And the real issue then becomes drainage. There's no way on a small property that puts a pool in the rear yard that you're going to be able to have a large amount of soft landscaping, because then you're walking on grass to get to a pool. You know, most pools are surrounded by hard landscaping to a large extent. Of course, on larger sites, you can have soft landscaping as well. It's the nature of the small site here in this area that creates the problem. And so the real issue came down to proper drainage, and staff, again, based on the submissions that I made to staff, was content with what the owner had done and essentially expressed that they had no other concerns with the application. Now, that being said, if there are other things that you want the owner to look at to try and accomplish, I obviously cannot stand it. If you have that in mind, I can't say anything to the contrary. All I'm saying is I believe we've exhausted, in working with staff, all reasonable things that could be done to address the issues that are necessary to be addressed under the zoning bylaw and the 4 tests under section 45.
okay, thank you. Panel, any further questions? Okay, do we have comments or a motion? Yes, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is unfortunate, an unfortunate circumstance, as are all these projects where construction is proceeded without appropriate permits. But I think that this one perhaps is a little more understanding than some. The submission that was made, I think, is reasonable. I'm prepared to move a motion of approval, but I'd like to make it subject to construction in the rear yard is to be tied to the site plan that we have before us, and that all paving in the rear yard is to be permeable. The applicant has indicated planning is happy with that, but we don't have a report from planning saying that explicitly, so I'd like to tie that down. Subject to those conditions, I think that this would be a reasonable decision.
Larry?
Carl, so just an observation. So I totally agree with the condition, with one exception. It looks to me from the photos that the flagstone area surrounding the pool is cemented together. It just so if you make that permeable, that means ripping. I just get kind of queasy from an engineering perspective whether in fact that can be done. So I don't know whether you can put, for example, permeable material as a sort of a skirt or an apron around a pool. And I worry that we put a condition in which may, from an engineering perspective, not be doable. So would you feel comfortable with an amended condition that has permeable materials in the rear yard with the exception of the materials surrounding the pool?
No, because the description of the materials surrounding the pool, if you look at the site plan, that basically is the whole backyard.
So I just wonder, going along with what Larry said, expanding a little bit, I just wonder whether permeable paving surrounding a pool is a use that can be made, because as the applicant said, you can't have grass surrounding the pool because it would track all kinds of dirt in and be muddy, etc. And I just wonder if you have permeable paving with grass growing through it, etc., is that an acceptable deck for a pool? And perhaps if it isn't, that we shouldn't limit our decision to permeable paving. Perhaps we could say permeable paving if possible, if not paving to the satisfaction of the planning committee or the building department.
Except the applicant, Mr. Chairman, the applicant has clearly stated 3 times today that the planning department has basically said that the paving around the pool is permeable paving. Now, to Larry's point, if they're referring to the flagstone, presumably they know that's not permeable because it looks like it's concreted in place. I'm just uncomfortable with approving the incredibly poor percentages for soft landscaping on this application without some measure to improve the permeability of the rear yard. The deck, we're not sure what the deck material is. As Zaire has mentioned, a portion of the area under the deck is actually an extended basement, so there's no water penetration there. The building that was turned into a cabana, there's no penetration there. The only place that water can go is in the pool, and and a very small bit of permeable paver, which is an extension of the driveway. I'm really concerned with that. And I appreciate Larry's point. I think permeable pavers is probably not the most ideal deck material, but the applicant hasn't given us any alternatives.
Okay. Larry?
No, I was just going to say, all good points. Can we, Chair, I just need to hear from the applicant one more. Can we go to committee quickly just to confirm our understanding?
Ask him a question, Larry.
Yeah, no. So back to the applicant. So you can hear what we're struggling with is the treatment of the surface in the rear yard. So is the material that is surrounding the pool permeable in the sense that it allows rainwater to percolate through and into the ground. Is that what the backyard material is right now?
Thank you for your question. And to be brutally honest, I'm not 100% certain. And I'm not 100%, well, I am 100% certain that there's no basement under the deck. So what I'm going to recommend is that we defer the application. I'm hoping only for 2 weeks. We'll get some specific answers from planning staff, and that will clarify the basement underneath the deck, clarify the composition of the deck, clarify the surrounding pavers, and because the planning staff indicated there are permeable pavers in the rear yard and in the side yard. Whether that includes the whole rear yard, and as you indicated, the surrounding area of the pool being all permeable pavers or all non-permeable pavers, I just think we need planning staff to be a little more precise as to the composition of the rear yard hard landscaping. And I think a deferral would be in order. Not that I want a deferral, but I think the committee is well served to get more precise information from planning staff.
Through
hope that addresses.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've spent some time on this application already, so I'm not sure if the committee wants to consider a deferral at this time. I do turn your attention to the email from Community Planning, which states that there are other drainage areas on the property, including the permeable pavers that have been installed in the back and side yards. And so if a condition is imposed on this application that all paving must be permeable materials, I don't believe that it needs to be to the satisfaction of community planning. So that's just some information to think about.
So there's a photograph attached to the planning email correspondence, and the planning correspondence says there are ample water management measures in place as illustrated in the attached photos below, and that looks like stone. So, but I don't know. I mean, if they.
I believe it's flagstone, Mr. Chairman. That's why when the applicant first indicated that the rear yard was permeable pavers, I think the permeable pavers, to be clear, and I don't think anybody's trying to mislead anybody. I think the permeable pavers are on the extended driveway where the parking space is. But unless these photos are very old, and I doubt that they would be if they were submitted by planning, the surface here is flagstone. And I don't think we should be here designing details. The solution to Larry's concern, I think, and before I say this, I'm not proposing this be a condition, but the solution is to have the band of stone that's shown there right adjacent to the water's edge, to have that remain as flagstone and have the remainder of the paving in interlocking paver. And I think that probably works fine. That's far too fine a detail for us to be putting in any kind of a condition. I'm just desperately looking for some condition that will improve the permeability of the rear yard, and it seemed to me that permeable pavers was the solution. What if if I could go back, what if we said the majority, I realize that's a judgment call, but if the majority of the paving in the rear yard, and that would allow the applicant to replace some of it, but not all of it.
So perhaps, Carl, we could go along with what the planning department, oh, no, this is not from the planning department, this is from Mr. De Gregorio, where he talks about ample water management in place as illustrated below. So, yeah. So, but the planning department does say that there are other drainage areas of the property, including the permeable pavers that have been installed in the back and side area. So perhaps you could just amend your motion, Carl, to say what you just said, that with all due respect, Carl, I don't think they're flagstone. I think they're some kind of stone, artificial stone of some sort. It's not real flagstone, but it is concreted there. And so if you exclude the area around the pool and have the rest of it permeable pavers, that may be the situation, or if not, then it can be changed. But so long as, I think your motion would be better put if we don't include the area around the pool. It's stone already installed.
Could I ask Sabina's advice? I'm concerned with the condition that's so cumbersome nobody can understand it. Sabrina, would it be better to say a percentage of the majority of the rear yard is to be permeable pavers? I'm concerned about saying the area around the pool, because that actually, the whole backyard is basically the area around the pool, which was the point that Larry made initially.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I think that would work okay. I'm just looking at the site plan, right? And the site plan says existing driveway, permeable pavers. Existing permeable pavers are between the new deck and the proposed shed. And then there's the pool deck around the pool.
Yeah.
So
Are you comfortable if we said the majority?
sure, or just the area that's, do you want to say something along the lines of the area that's not already existing permeable pavers be converted into permeable pavers?
No, because then
Or
that raises
materials?
the very issue that both Don and Larry have raised, taking the entire backyard. It's a judgment call, but I would amend my motion to say that the majority of the backyard is to be impermeable pavers, and that recognizes what's there and suggests that some of that flagstone concrete material be replaced, but it's a judgment call as to how much. And my point being, I think that would improve the permeability of the rear yard to some extent.
Okay.
Would it be helpful to tie it to the site plan? Because the site plan does actually identify it as existing permeable pavers.
I believe that's what was one of the conditions.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay. Do we have a seconder?
Okay, sorry, Carl, can you just restate the condition other than tying it to the site plan?
That the majority of the rear yard is to be, majority of the paved rear yard is to be impermeable pavers. And then we called up the site plan in an earlier condition.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Sahir?
So just a quick comment, Mr. Chair, for the applicant. It's a pity that the applicant actually didn't visit the site and had a better sense of what exists, so that we would have, I think, had better responses from him. But I think this is a very unusual circumstance, and without having to cause the owner to go to extraordinary expense, it's one of those that does present a problem given the soft landscaping reduction, but I see the issue.
All right, so do we have a seconder for Carl's motion? Larry, all in favor of the motion? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Item number 8, 15 ELEANOR Avenue. And the purpose of this application is to legalize and to maintain the rear deck that was constructed without the benefit of a building permit. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and correspondence in support from 17 ELEANOR.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is the application that is requesting deferral, I believe, for not proper notification. The sign wasn't posted in time.
All right, so we have a motion, so is there someone on the line?
Yes, Kevin,
Mr.
Calvin
Lowe?
Lowe.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Kevin Lowe will not be speaking today. It'll be Carmelo Duca, the owner.
Okay. Hello?
Carmelo, you've been unmuted.
Hello.
Hello?
Carmelo, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Okay, could you please give us your name and your address for the record?
Sure. It's Carmelo Duca, 1515 Eleanor Avenue.
Okay, so we understand that there was a problem with the notice and that this matter has to be deferred.
Yes, I was told I was 2 days late, my fault. So I was told that that's the process, that I have to defer it because of the timing.
Okay, sir, so we'll take it into committee. So, panel, do we have a motion for deferral? Sahir? Sahir?
Yes.
Yeah.
I move, yeah, to defer.
Do we have a seconder for the motion of deferral? Carl, all in favor? Have your deferral, thank you, sir. Number 9, 45 Fuller Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a 1-story rear addition with a rear ground floor deck and stairs. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Costa Derbish?
Yes, I'm here.
Can we have your name and address, sir, for the record?
Costa Derbish. I am at 197 Spadina Avenue, Suite 500 with KFA Architects and Planners, and I'm the agent and applicant.
Okay, thank you. And I think that we don't need a presentation on this matter. Do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we take it into committee?
Only that it's a pretty straightforward application, and I'm here to answer any questions if the committee has any.
All right, thank you. All right, panel, any questions? Yes, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we were to tie the approval to drawing A502, how large is the privacy screen there? Is it 1.5 meters?
Let me see.
Or alternatively, here, let me save you some time. Alternatively, we could say that the privacy screen is to be provided as shown on drawing A502 to a height of 1.5 meters, and then in which case you would have to answer the question.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, good.
Yep, yeah.
Okay. All right, so any other questions? We've got somebody, feedback. Okay, so panel, do we have any other questions, or do we have a motion? Carl, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is quite straightforward. The proposal is consistent with what's happening in the neighborhood. I'm assuming, because there's no objection, that the attached semi is in agreement with the proposal. I'd like to move approval of the application with one condition, and that is that the privacy screen, as noted on drawing A502, is to be 1.5 meters and to be opaque.
Okay, so here, you second the motion?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all in favor? Have your approval, thank you. Item number 10, 376 to 381, 375 to 381 Queen Street West. Purpose of the application is to convert storage space on the basement level into retail space. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. Pardon me, it's 375 Queen, right? Okay. Ms. Costello?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Can we have your name and address for the record, please?
You may indeed, sir. It's Eileen, E-I-L-E-E-N, Costello, C-O-S-T-E-L-L-O.
We're having trouble hearing you. It's coming out blurred.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me better now?
No.
One minute, please. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me better now, sir?
Yeah, it's better.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I updated my microphone, so hopefully that's better. If I can proceed then, Mr. Chairman, the last name is C-O-S-T-E-L-L-O, first initial E. I'm a solicitor at Arid Burles LLP, and we're counsel for Allied Wheat, the owner of the property, which is the subject of this proposal. So we provided a covering letter setting out that while there's rather a long history in respect of this development, which is under construction, the proposal in front of the committee, I believe, is quite straightforward. There is an internal storage space, Mr. Chairman, in the basement of the building, which is under construction, the drawings which are before you, which is being converted.
Ms. Costello, we're having trouble again.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps the committee could call me on the phone number which is on the list, and I could do it via audio. I tested this morning with WebEx, and there was no issue.
Okay.
I don't want to delay the committee.
All right, we can't really hear you very well. So, if you can hear us, I don't think we really need a presentation on this matter. It seems pretty straightforward. So let me take it to committee, and we'll see if we need to have you speak again. Panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Larry.
No questions, Chair. I would agree with you that this is a very straightforward application. It's just converting a basement area into retail on a fairly significant development. I don't see any major negative impact either on the development or the neighboring community. So I'd like to propose that we move that we approve this application. No conditions.
All right, Carl, you second that motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, all in favor? All right, you have your approval, Ms. Costello. Thank you. Item number 11. Pardon me, we have to go to the next, I gotta find it first, the next, yes, number 11, 564 Caledonia Road. Purpose of the application to install a new front yard parking pad. With this material, with this application, we have material from the applicant, correspondence from transportation, and a 16 signature petition in support. Mr. Paraskevopoulos.
People on, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, my street has no front yard parking on Caledonia.
So, just a minute, sir. Could you tell us your name and your address for the record?
Yes, Antonio Paraskevopoulos, 564 Caledonia Road, M6E for Victor 4.
Okay. So this is pretty straightforward, sir, so I don't think we need to hear a presentation from you. Do you have anything you want to say before I take it into committee?
Yes, I hired an architect, an engineer, and I'm just following their instructions, and I'm at your committee of adjustment point now. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions? Yes, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a
We're
letter
having
of
trouble
support
hearing you, Carl.
There's a petition of, can you hear me now?
Yes.
There's a petition of support, which doesn't include your neighbors on either side. Can you, unless I've missed it, can you tell me if they're in agreement with this parking pad?
One neighbor is a rental unit property. We don't see the owner. The other neighbor's been an abandoned house for 2 years. We don't see that owner as well.
Oh, that makes it a very quiet neighborhood for you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sahir?
Just a couple of questions with regard to drainage, because at the moment you have soft landscaping in front of the house, the area that's proposed as a parking pad. When you remove that and introduce a parking pad, what sort of drainage will you have?
There will be an angle to the street. I believe that would be the drainage. That's left to the architect. I'm not too sure how he's going to drain that. The engineer said it should be a 4-tier parking pour of concrete to accommodate for not digging too deep, I believe.
So, Sahir, it appears there's no variance with respect to soft landscaping. So it must be that there's sufficient soft landscaping for drainage.
Yeah, it's just that my sense of the area is that both the neighbors as well who have hardscaped front parking pads from the images that we can see in Google, is that all the water just drains straight right out into the street.
Sorry. It should drain right to the street.
Yeah, but I was just wondering if you currently have soft landscaping. Is it possible that the parking pad that you will be proposing, or that's proposed, could perhaps be some form of permeable materials, some materials that will allow for the concrete, for example, and be porous concrete?
One side, there's a concrete border down the neighbor's staircase, and I'm pouring right beside that. That's, I believe, the property line. So nothing should approach that neighbor. The other neighbor, I'm far clear of the railing that they have there. I'm just moving the staircase over enough to make the parking spot wide enough. So I shouldn't be interfering with that drainage as it exists.
Here, it sounds like the applicant is planning to do a concrete pour, which the driveway looks like it either will be fairly flat or sloped toward and will discharge towards the road. Are you suggesting that as an alternative we should require permeable pavers?
Not permeable pavers necessarily, but you do get porous concrete, so that there's drainage into the ground below.
Okay. Would you be comfortable with just something as vague as permeable material?
Yeah, so porous. At least that way we know that there'll be some drainage on property, because currently there's drainage on property. Rather than having everything just go right out into the street directly and overload drainage in the street, because this particular portion of Caledonia certainly has a lot of drainage out into the road. This would just be adding to it.
Well, not only that, is this there's an incline where this residence is, so it's just going to drain down to the lowest level, right?
Yeah, and whoever's at the lowest level may present a problem for them.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so can we have a motion? Sahir, you want to bring a motion?
Certainly. I'd like to move approval of the application with one condition that the proposed parking pad be produced out of porous materials.
All right. You second that, Larry?
Sure.
Okay, all in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Force materials.
Okay,
Which-
number 12, Teneva Crescent. The purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a basement garage, a front porch with a portion that will be covered, a rear ground level terrace, a 2nd-story west side balcony, and rear balconies on the 2nd and 3rd levels, also to reconstruct the front driveway abutting the east lot line. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a staff report from Urban Forestry, an opposition from 12, and a 7-signature petition in opposition from occupants on Ava Crescent, Ava Road, and Vesta Drive. Mr. Rose.
Rose, 388 Spadina Road. Sorry if I get a coughing fit, I'm battling COVID. You will note that number 12 did withdraw their objection. There should be a letter sent in yesterday. And if staff could put up the revised drawings, we have an agreement with them. I'll take you through all the changes that we have made to the application. Is that okay?
Yeah, if you could tie them to the variances too.
Yeah, so variance 1, we're changing the front yard setback from 6.64 to 6.98.
All right, just a minute.
Variance 2.
All right, just a minute.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was having trouble getting all that on my screen.
What we've done is we've moved the house basically to not have a side yard variance. We've lowered the height, there's no height variance.
Okay, so variance number 1, the location will be 6 point, how much is it?
9.8.
9.8,
So we move the house back.
okay.
Variance 2, so it says in this case the front porch platform will be located 1.2 from the east and west lot lines. It will be 1.41 from the west and 1.2 from the east.
Okay.
Variance 3, we are removing. We're going to comply.
Right.
Number 4, instead of 22.32, it'll be 22.03. We took a foot out of the building.
22.03,
Yes.
okay.
Floor space index will be 94%. The rear yard.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, that's variance number 5. So the floor
Sorry, yes.
space index will equal to 0.94.
Yes.
Could you also tell us what that is in square meters?
Oh,
please?
shoot. I cannot right now because I'm at home and I don't have a metric conversion calculator. You could tie it to the plans. I apologize. I don't know. I can't do that right now.
Sorry, what is it in square feet then? And then we can convert it into square meters.
So the area should be on the drawings, should be 6320, say, square feet.
Okay, if you could continue with the remainder of the revisions.
Sure. So that was number 5. Number 6 is unchanged. Number 7 is unchanged. So number 8, the east side yard setback will be 1.2. The west complies, so we only need the east at 1.2. The west will comply with the 1.5. So is it east and west? Just cross out west.
Any other changes?
Number 9, there was a platform on the side, but number 9 will stay unchanged because there's one on the ground, the second floor and the third floor. Third floor is a fire balcony, but we are removing a balcony from the side. That's on the drawings. Number
It's not
10.
in the variance?
No, because it says number of plats at or above the second story located at the front or rear is one. We do have 2 on the north wall, but the neighbor asked us to remove the one on the west wall, which we did. It's not a variance though.
Right. Doesn't affect the variance.
No. Number 10 is unchanged. And number 11, front porch encroaches 1.21. That remains unchanged.
That's it.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, just to confirm, variance number 5 is going to read floor space index equal to 0.94 times the area of the lot, which equates to 587.15 square meters. And that's the conversion of 6,320 square feet.
Okay. So, Mr. Rose, you say that 12 Ava Crescent is agreeable?
Staff has a letter from them withdrawing their application once we showed them these changes. I believe if you look at all the letters of objection, they're all the same letter. I believe they're all supporting number 12's objection, but we removed that. This all happened late, and I don't know if anybody's speaking, but I assume once number 12 was happy, they would be too. We have support from adjacent neighbors on both sides now. There's no planning report. It meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act, in my opinion.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can confirm that we did receive an email on September the 13th. It is in our very late materials package from the homeowners of 12 Ava Crescent.
Okay. All right. So, panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rose, if we were to add a condition that construction is to take place in accordance with the revised drawings, that would capture all of your changes. Is that correct?
I would ask that you do that, please, for the benefit of the next door neighbor.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so, John, do we have anybody on the line? Because I still have Mr. Metric.
So we have the residents of 12 Ava Crescent, Lawrence Metric of 409 Vesta Drive. We've been unable to reach him. I can send him another call reminder, but
Okay, so is 12 Ava Crescent on the line?
yeah, one moment.
Okay, let's put them on.
It's Debbie Schachter. I live at 12 Ava Crescent, and I can say that Lawrence Metric told me last night that he was unable. For some reason, he didn't get the email notification about this meeting. So I do want to say that Mr. Rose did forward us the revised plans, which do look better. But to be honest, I just want to let everybody know that I kind of felt I reluctantly agreed to the revisions, but I still have concerns about the depth of the property particularly. Just I do recognize that in our area there have been a lot of oversized homes. I appreciate that it is not, you know, approaching my personal property as much, this home, but I leave it with the planning committee to think about the area of this beautiful. I think my husband is also a registered speaker.
Well, Ms. Schachter, we usually only have one speaker from each location, so, but are you agreeable to the changes? You're not, we can't hear you perfectly.
Oh, sorry, can I just get my, I am agreeable to the changes, but I guess I'm still concerned and wish that the length of this home could be further reduced.
So you made an imperfect agreement, a settlement, and you're not perfectly happy, which makes it a good settlement. Is that right?
I guess it's a compromise for my husband.
Yes.
We are, it is a compromise, and we are agreeable.
Okay, you are agreeable. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and Mr. Metric, we don't have Mr. Metric?
I'm going to try one more time to contact him. I suspect the
Okay.
wrong email was given.
Right.
But if nothing comes up in the next minute and a half, I'm not
Okay,
sure.
let's try him.
Can I try him too? I have his number.
All right, you go ahead.
Chair, can we just ask the Schachters, we received a number of similar pieces of correspondence to theirs. Were your neighbors basically supporting your opposition?
I mean, I think they were. I think there's just concern about the setbacks on this street. Okay, it's an unusual street landscape.
Okay, thank you.
And large homes that are going up in the area. You want me to try to call Mr. Metric?
If you could just provide his phone number, that it would be better.
I just, is there a way to send it privately?
Sorry, Debbie, we will contact him, okay? Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think maybe we need to hold this item down until we have a chance to contact the landowner from 409 Vesta Drive, only because we did have the wrong email address, and chances are that's why he did not receive the link. So, you know, could we consider maybe just holding this down and then
All right, we'll
trying to
move
get a
on.
hold?
We'll move on to the next item. Number 13 is 5 Whitehall Road. And the purpose of this application is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage, a front covered porch, a first-story rear terrace, and a second-story rear deck. Also to install an in-ground swimming pool and a hot tub in the rear yard. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry, and a report from Heritage Planning, 2 form letters in support from 19 Whitehall and 3 Douglas Drive, in opposition from 21 Highland Crescent, 6 Douglas Drive, 9 Whitehall Road, and a 14 signature petition in opposition from Whitehall, Douglas, and Highland Crescent. Mr. Pfeffer?
I'm Jim Pfeffer from Echo Architects at 3 Bridgman Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M4S or M5R3L5.
Okay, can we have your presentation, sir, because we have some opposition?
Yeah, so we are making some changes to the variances, and actually I'd also like to say that you did talk about the purpose of the application, and as it happens, as architects, we had designed a site with a pool and a hot tub in the backyard, and our client is just not going to go ahead with that right now. So what we're talking about is this house, and we've submitted in the very late materials a new site plan to the committee that shows that having been removed. And we are also going to be removing 2 of the variances. So variances for the west side yard setback, that is going to be removed. So we are no longer asking for a side setback variance. And that in part addresses the concern of 21 Highlands to the west. And then we're also going to, we're just not going to ask for the variance for building height. And as we are reducing side yard setback.
That's variance number 5?
That's number 5 that's being eliminated. And of course, since we're basically eliminating the side yard setback variance by making the house narrower, variance 2 for the floor space index is going to go down. So instead of 0.78, this is variance number 2. Instead of 0.78, it's going to be 0.76 times the area of the lot. And instead of 410 square meters, it's going to be exactly 400 square meters. So variance 4 and 5 eliminated for height and side yard setback. Variance 2 for lot coverage reduced. So really, you know, we're just asking for a small variance for the front yard setback, the depth variance, and, you know, the variance for the floor space index. So if you can maybe bring up the presentation materials. So I'll also mention that staff, of course, has reviewed this and staff does not have any objections. The presentation materials would be my supporting documentation. I think you had it up earlier with a rendering. Staff has no objections. They think what we're doing is appropriate. This is, of course, the beginning of the process for us because we're happy to accept that Heritage Commission condition and have this house reviewed by Heritage Preservation Services. One of those letters of objection was from 9 Whitehall, and we met with them, and their concerns have been addressed by the revised site plan that we've done and our discussion of drainage issues. They're also in that petition of support, which includes, I think, 3 or 4 duplicate signatures from multiple addresses. So we've really tried to address the neighbors' concerns. The front yard setback is basically only for this central element that you see there. So it's very small. Our sidewalls are in line with the neighboring houses as the bylaw intends. And if you go into page 3, and that the roof is also, it's not only becoming lower in the rendering, but it's the roof, we're reducing the angle of the roof, so it's going to be less prominent. In this plan, you can see in white on that right-hand side, that's our proposed footprint. And you can see it's actually very close to the length of 21 Whitehall, and it's actually quite close to the overall length of 9 Whitehall to the east. So we're very much in keeping with the length of houses immediately next to us. And if you go to the next page, you can see there's this row of houses, you know, this entire block. What we're proposing is the second house in on the left-hand side. And you can see that we're actually, you know, we're very much in line with the houses that have been built further to the east. So we're completely in keeping with the length of houses and the pattern of open space on this block. On the next page, you can see some photos we've taken in the rear yard. One thing that's been raised in these letters of objection and in the petition is that we're injuring, you know, many, many trees. We were only proposing 3 trees, protected trees, to be injured. Now we're moving the pool, it's going to be 2. And you can see this rear yard very well screened. That upper sort of series of photos is looking out from this yard, and you can see this lot is very well screened to the back and to the sides from the neighboring property. So this impact of the depth, not really significant. This is also south facing, so there's really not a lot of shadowing that those neighboring properties are going to see.
So
The bottom
Mr.
photo
Pfeffer,
from the existing house looking back.
Mr. Pfeffer, could you just clarify for me? I thought you said that you're not going ahead with the hot tub. Now you just said something about not going ahead with the pool. So
both the pool and the hot tub we're not going ahead with those.
Oh, okay.
So those have been taken out of the plan that's been submitted to the Committee of Adjustment in the very late materials. So if you just go to the last, say, 3 pages, you can see, you know, there are some lower houses. We're replacing a bungalow, But in this neighborhood, looking at, say, page 10, this is showing narrow gaps between houses, but we're no longer asking for a side yard setback variance. That's the existing lot. Yeah, you can see in this neighborhood, you have actually some houses that have a significant main wall height and really significant roofs, and a lot of 3-story houses. And of course, we're just doing a 2-story house. If you take a look at the next page, you'll see a very similar picture. There's a number of, actually all of these, except 3 Douglas Drive in the top left, are 3-story houses, significant roofs, significant dormers. What we're proposing with these, very 3, not particularly large variances, very much in keeping with the neighborhood. What we're proposing is going to be very much in keeping with the character of homes that you see here. And there's one more series of photos of existing homes in the neighborhood on the next page. Again, a couple of 3-story houses. We're just doing 2 homes on Douglas Drive there in the top left. Really significant roofs on those houses. Like them, we're doing a house in brick. It's going to be very much in keeping with what you see. We respect the neighborhood. We've really tried to address the concerns of the neighbors by making these reductions to the variances. And I'm happy to take any other questions.
All right, Mr. Pfeffer, I was just going to tell you that your time was up and you should wrap up, but you just did, so that's fine.
Okay.
Any questions, panel? Yes, Larry?
Just a quick one. I was going to refer to it, but now that you removed the height variance, it may not be as significant, but the mansard kind of what one might argue is a 3rd story. Is that an attic, or is that simply open to the 2nd story below?
Well, a lot of it's ceiling. There may be some tray ceilings above, the master bedroom or something, but that's just a roof.
So is it mostly an architectural feature, or is it not functional?
It is not functional. There is no attic space there. And as an architect, I always think that a certain amount of roof makes a house look good. So I'm always reluctant to sort of chop down the roof and have a kind of a squat looking house. I think, and if you look in the homes in the neighborhood, even ones without 3rd stories have a substantial roof because it helps that heritage character. I think it really contributes to the appearance of the home. So it is, to answer your question, it's just a roof. It's totally non-functional. There may be a higher ceiling, but not particularly high over, the master bedroom.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so let us go to Mr. Arbabi.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Omid Arbabi was unable to connect. We've tried calling and emailing him. We do have Brooke Hunter on the line.
Brooke Hunter? Yes, put Brooke Hunter on, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
If you'd like to use your video, you can do so now.
I thought my video was on. There we go. Oh, it's sending video is disabled.
Try one more time.
There we go. All right. There, my video is now enabled. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name's Brooke Hunter, and I live at 10 Whitehall Road. Whitehall Road, although Rosedale, is actually a mix of modest single-family homes. And many of the homes that you saw on the screen today, in fact, are multiple residential units. They are fourplexes. And I would also state that Whitehall Road is not Douglas Drive. Douglas Drive, you'll see in the pictures that you saw, has single-family dwellings that are far more than what Whitehall Road enjoys. This mix that Whitehall Road has offers housing to younger families and the retired on fixed incomes, providing affordable housing in a residential setting near to the downtown core. In fact, I think Whitehall Road is the model of Toronto's desired mix of housing and income for sustainable, vibrant communities. The proposed dwelling at 5 Whitehall Road is presented as a single-family home, but in my view is little more than a levered development designed to maximize developer profit. The committee is being asked to allow for variances that facilitate developer ambitions rather than contribute to or even enhance the street's current structure and character. As proposed and even the compromises tabled, I think the development of 5 Whitehall Road would contribute to the transformation of the street from mixed housing to high-value properties catering to the few that can afford it. A more modest dwelling consistent in size and presentation to the existing allowances, that the existing regulations that would be in keeping with the neighborhood is what I would advocate today. Prior developed properties on Whitehall Road that are at variance to the existing character of the street have proven difficult to vend, so becoming investment properties that are neither continually occupied nor well kept. I can think of 3, one of which was brought up today as an example of what this property could be. Number 9. Once a neighborhood goes to seed, it rapidly degrades, as we know. We view this development as extending this trend by virtue of design and dimension. Thank you for the time today. That's the end of my submission.
Thank you. Any questions, panel? Okay. Rafi Kian.
Assertion. They only emailed a revised draft proposal to a select few neighbors yesterday morning.
Hello. Hello, could you
Yes.
we please have your name and your address for
Yes,
the record?
name is Rafi Kadikian, 21 Highland Crescent. I'm the adjacent property next to 5 Whitehall Road.
John. Okay, go ahead, please.
So, as I mentioned, they only submitted the revised draft proposal yesterday morning to select few neighbors. So not all neighbors have had an opportunity to review the changes, and they said that they would hold off on submitting these documents until they got our approval. And obviously it is insufficient to gather everyone's opinions and to have consensus. So I want to clarify that for the record. Secondly, my objection, even though it seems that the architect has addressed a few of the variances related to the side yard setback, the issue with the side yard setback relates primarily to the shared right-of-way. And there's a shared right-of-way between both properties that allows for access, but does not allow the unilateral right to excavate. And I conferred with my lawyer, and he verified, and he said they absolutely have no right to. So even by allowing the setback to be pushed to 0.9 meters, which is the minimum, I'm still concerned that during excavation there might be some damage to the actual concrete walkway, which constitutes the shared right-of-way. And any potential damage to that is obviously a violation of the bylaw. So that concrete walkway, if it's to be removed, can only be done so with my consent and approval. And I had requested that the entire east wall of my property below grade be waterproofed with the membrane, a rubber membrane, and new weeping tiles installed. But this to me is a point of contention. It's an architectural detail, but it's also relates to the integrity of my home. So I also requested that my dwelling be placed on their certificate of insurance, and I didn't receive any confirmation from the builder.
So sir, we're dealing with these variances. We don't have any control over those items. You have to deal with the applicant with respect to that kind of item.
Sure. But as it relates to the variance itself, do you see any issues architecturally or from a from a building standpoint as to whether excavating so close to shared right-of-way is sensible?
Well, I'm not an architect and I don't know, but
Yeah.
so long as they, as I understand the law, and I'm not giving any legal advice here, but you can excavate on on your portion of the right-of-way, so long as you don't interfere with the purpose of the right-of-way, which is, in this case, is it pedestrian walkway?
Yes.
All right,
Correct.
to provide pedestrian the right to walk on this walkway. So if they're doing some excavation and then repairing it, I take it that they won't be interfering with the purpose of the walkway.
Well, their intention is to excavate without repairing, or they made a mention that if there are any damages that they would. But again, this is not.
Well, that's something you have to take up with them,
Yes.
and it may be you have to deal with your lawyer and their lawyer. I don't know.
Okay, I have a few other objections. One relates to the rear yard. The proposed second-story deck in the rear yard encroaches on the adjacent residents' privacy. Since the proposed dwelling steps already projects far beyond the maximum bylaw allowance, the addition of the second-story deck would further encroach on our view and privacy. The second-story deck feature must be removed, and the building depth be limited to the maximum permissible allowance of 17 meters as per the bylaw. So I think this is a complaint and objection shared not only by the other adjacent neighbor, 9 Whitehall, but other neighbors opposite as well, because it's, despite the accountant's mention, the depth of the house is considerably far forward than other houses, or at least adjacent houses. And so adding a second-story deck would essentially overlook the halfway point of my property's backyard, which is unacceptable.
Okay, anything else, sir?
Yes, there is a petition, as you mentioned, of 14 neighbors that had signed and endorsed the specific bylaw infringements. And so I think their opinion matters, and essentially all residents, absent or otherwise, they were vocally against the building of this house as it's been presented. And these changes that were made were actually last-minute changes. So they were only submitted yesterday morning without providing due diligence time for residents to review and consider. No changes were made or even proposed up until the point where I requested that changes be submitted to neighbors in writing. So the builder.
Sir, your time is up. If you could just wrap up, please.
Sure. So that is that essentially captures the gist. So hopefully, if these bylaw amendments are looked at carefully with the Committee of Adjustments, I mean, I'm sure that this is not an application that should go forward under these circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Judy and George Lewis.
Hi, Judy Lewis, you've been unmuted, and if you'd
Yes.
like, you can use your camera.
Okay.
So, John. Miss Lewis?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Can we have your name and your address for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Judy Lewis, and myself, along with my husband, George Lewis, live on the east side of number 5 Whitehall Road. So we share the lot line. Right now, the current building plan of the east side of number 5 Whitehall Road shows a new walkway adjacent to the lot line, which will include a number of steps that will lower the elevation of the walkway at 5 Whitehall Road about 3 feet. It concerns us that even with a retaining wall to manage the changes in the slope of the two properties, the integrity of our walkway will be compromised. This will increase our chances of water damage and instability to our basement foundation. We would like the slope of the planned walkway at number 5 Whitehall to be consistent with the existing slope at number 9 Whitehall until the end of our paved walkway at the side of the house, which continues about 4 feet beyond the southwest corner of our house. A retaining wall would be expected where the ground elevation changes along the rest of the property line along the east side. We also assume that the existing fence and gate will be replaced along the east property line between the two houses. Is that a reasonable request? I know it's not a variance, but it does involve the water runoff, which runs from north to south, and the gardens in the back slope towards the back of the gardens. So it's,
Okay.
that's it.
All right, so those are your concerns?
Yes. Also, the extension with the balcony at the back of number 5 will be quite high and look over the surrounding neighbors. And the depth of the building is also an issue because it comes out quite deep into the lot.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
That's
Lewis.
it.
All right, Duncan McCallum?
Duncan McCallum, you've been unmuted.
Mr. McCallum? Is he there?
Duncan McCallum, you've been unmuted.
Okay, can we go on to the next one and come back to him? Carlos Serguera and Brenda Mothersill.
Hi, Carlos, you've been unmuted, and if you'd like to use your video, you can do so now.
Great, thanks. It's Carlos Sequeira, 6 Douglas Drive. Thanks for the opportunity, and I thank my neighbors for participating in this call. I think it's great kind of community involvement in Brooke in particular. I thought your presentation was very impassioned and very in keeping with the neighborhood. The objection that we have relates to the distance that the building will be pushing back. I think the architect's presentation was not correct that the proposed building footprint is, very much in line, I think was the quote, with the other buildings on that street. In particular, we object to the single-story bump out with the balcony for the reasons that our neighbors have also mentioned. That bump out in particular extends far beyond the back of any house on that street. And in particular, we should also keep in mind that many of those footprints that are illustrated in the image here are single-story additions on the back. So, for example, the property directly adjacent is a single-story glass enclosed patio that extends that distance back, whereas this would be obviously a 2-story plus the roof line. So our objection would be to the distance moving back, in particular, the single-story bump out and balcony. And that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Scott Langley?
I think Scott's on a work call, so he was unable to stay on for the whole of this call.
Okay. Thank you. So were we able to find Mr. McCallum?
Duncan McCallum, you've been unmuted.
hello, Duncan. We've unmuted you, so you just have to start speaking.
Okay, we can't get him? All right, let's go back. Mr. Pfeffer?
Be unmuted. Hello. Yeah, I'm happy to speak to all of those comments. If you could start by staff perhaps bringing up page 4 of the booklet I submitted. I think Carlos Secura from 6 Douglas Drive basically said my presentation material was not correct in that our house that's proposed is in keeping with the length of houses in this neighborhood. There we are, we're second from the left. You can see, you know, these are the facts, and this image just doesn't lie. We are absolutely in line with a lot of those houses on the block, a number of which you can see have single-story extensions going beyond that line that we've drawn across the plan. And beyond that, a number of houses just as big as what we are proposing also have really pretty substantial garages in the rear yard as well, and all the driveway and hardscape that goes with that. So, you know, this is the fact. I mean, our pattern of open space, the length of the house, our front street line, our line in the back, absolutely in keeping with the established patterns on this street. I was happy to hear from Judy and George, who were at 9 Whitehall, immediately to the east. They had expressed their concerns about the grading beside the house. It's true, in our original plans, we planned to grade the house towards the street and have the runoff from beside the house go, you know, over the driveway to the street. And we're happy to match the grade of their existing walkway. I did very late submit a plan to the Committee of Adjustment showing that. I met with them on site, and we're very happy to work with them and do exactly what they want in terms of maintaining the integrity of that walkway and have an open access between the two houses. It's going to be 6 foot wide, and keep the drainage pattern to the back. So I think she spoke on the call to address her concerns about having that match, and we're absolutely happy to do that. And we've met with them on site to discuss that. Rafi Kadakian, you know, he said a number of things. He said that we hadn't tried to work with him. We certainly have. The builder of the home has met with him a number of times. We've been trying to resolve these issues. And just as we did with Judy and George, we're really happy to continue working with him on his issues. He said there's a shared right-of-way. The committee has its survey in front of it. The survey shows no right-of-way on this property. And following his concerns, I talked to our surveyor, who verified to me there is no right-of-way in favor of anyone else on this property. He raised a number of issues, which are essentially civil issues between him and the owner of this property. And he said a number of things, you know, about, you know, not allowing us to excavate in the side yard, which is basically him asking this committee to restrict this owner's ability to develop their own lot without disturbing the lot of others. And I think that's not really, I don't think this is what you're here for. He raised concerns about the second-story deck. The deck is not a variance in front of this committee because it's a very small deck. And those are the sort of things that you'd see all over Toronto. Finally, Brooke Hunter, the first speaker, she spoke about the character of the street. And as I mentioned at the beginning, this is the beginning of the process for us. We are going to have to appear before Heritage Preservation Services and convince them that this is a house which is in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and none of the variances that we are asking for reflect the presentation to the street. We're building a brick house, no side yard setback variance, no height variance. The line of the front of our house is absolutely in keeping with the street line. So character, to my mind, it's not a question. She said a lot about, well, she said this is being built by a developer, and you know, it's being built for a family. The official plan does say in its section, a city of diversity and opportunity, that our future is one where housing choices are available for all people in their communities at all stages of their lives. And this is the lot and property which this family, which we are designing for, has chosen. You know, it's not a house that's going to get flipped or subdivided. It's a house for a family who wants to live here and contribute to the life of the community on the street. It is, you know, it's different than the bungalow that's there right now, but she, you know, from a policy level, which I think she tried to touch upon, is this an inappropriate addition to the housing mix on Whitehall? I don't think so, and I hope the committee will agree. Presentation, absolutely. I believe we're in keeping with an appropriate presentation to the street, and I think that addresses all of the concerns that were raised by these neighbors. And I'm happy to take any further questions you may have.
Thank you. Okay. Carl, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pfeiffer, you referenced a drawing that you prepared after consultation with the owners of number 9 that clarified drainage and the relationship between the walkways. I don't have that drawing. Has it been submitted?
Yeah, there was something, and I was told by Sarah, the application technician, that it would be in the very late materials file. So that was something I submitted last night, and then I met with them again, and I submitted something again this morning. I don't know if either one of those is available. The one submitted last night.
Did the owners at number 9 see the drawing and agree with it?
The owners of number 9 saw the drawing that I had submitted last night, and they wanted some further revision to basically just say we're going to match the grade at the side yard. That's exactly what they said. I marked up the drawing together with them, and I submitted something this morning. I know that's quite late showing that, but basically, oh, is this September 14th?
Through
Wow,
you,
that's
Mr.
today.
Chair, we have it up on the screen now.
Yeah, so if you scroll down a little bit, what you're going to see in that text in red says new hard surface between homes match existing grade, and I think that's exactly, you know, what Judy had said that she wanted to see. You can see those steps begin after the back of their house, and at the back of the house there's a note that says match existing grade, and at the front there's a note that says match existing grade. And if you scrolled further down, you'd see that this plan does not include a pool or a hot tub.
How would we identify that plan? Has it got a date on it, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's received September the 14th.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any further questions?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, there's also a revised east elevation plan that shows the matching existing grade notes. And we can pull that up on the screen right now, as well as this was received September the 14th.
Okay. Panel, any further questions? Yes, here.
Just a quick one. I imagine that I might have missed it. Has the purpose of the application also been changed to delete the second sentence with regard to the in-ground pool and hot tub?
Yeah, it's the third sentence. Yes, we have that is that'll be part of the motion to delete the purpose, to change the purpose.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, staff have noted that change.
Yeah, it's already been noted here. Okay, so do we have any comments? Do we have a motion? So here.
Perhaps I can just start this off, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question before I attempt a motion. The second story deck, would the applicant have any issues related to providing screening? I believe it's the east and west sides privacy screening.
Yeah, hold on, just, it's like a translucent privacy screen.
Yes.
Hold on, let me just take a look at the plan. You know, I've seen that's a very common condition that the committee applies to these things. So if you felt that that was appropriate, you know, I would, you know, there's no variance required for this balcony. I think the side yards are actually pretty well screened anyways, you know, but if yeah, I mean, it is, we're building a balcony as a right. I mean, but in, you know, you're weighing these things, we are asking for variances, and if you think that that would be an appropriate thing, yeah, of course, we'd accept that. We would accept that. That condition that the second-story balcony has of translucent privacy screens.
Thank you.
On the east and, or, yeah, east and west.
Okay. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, if we're going to include a condition about privacy screens, I think to be consistent with other decisions, we should say that it's a 1.5 meter opaque privacy screen.
Yeah. Do you want to make a Did you want to make a motion, Carl?
Sure, I'll give it a try. It's a little complicated. I think the application is reasonable. And I agree with the architect that it does fit in and mimics to a certain extent what's on the street. So I don't have difficulty there. Unlike the applicant, however, I'd like to compliment the opposition speakers. I thought each of them were very good. They stuck to their points. They were well researched and enthusiastic, and I found that the points they raised were very helpful to me in particular and to, I believe, other members of the committee. So I'd like to thank them for that. Having said that, I would like to move approval of the application. I did notice the concern about the second-story balcony. It's very small, but it is clearly an issue that everybody is concerned with, so that the condition should be that there be 1.5 meter opaque screening on the east and west sides of that balcony. There's also a heritage condition, and there's a forestry condition. Forestry number 2 needs to be attached. I'd also like to suggest that the approval be tied to the revised site plan and elevation drawings that were received by the committee on September the 14th. And the reason for that is to solidify the arrangements that have been made with the people at number 9 about drainage and the walkway that goes along the side of the building. I believe that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Carl?
Yes?
I'm just wondering, and I didn't raise this earlier, but the driveway, could we perhaps add that the driveway be produced out of porous materials?
Is it shown as porous materials now, or do we?
I don't believe it shows.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yes.
Did you change the subject, Carl, or the purpose? And
the reason I stopped there is we need to refer to the fact that this is the revised application, because there were changes to variants 4, 5, and 2, and I assumed that those changes would also apply to the purpose of the application.
The approval would be as amended.
Yeah. Okay, so do we have a seconder? Is it here?
Yes.
Seconded, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Can we go back to number 12, Teneva Crescent?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff have made multiple attempts to contact the landowner at 409 Vesta Drive. We do have the correct email and phone numbers. We've left 2 voice messages and have sent an urgent email. And it's the same email that we sent yesterday, and we're just not able to contact the owner. So we can now proceed with this.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My guess is maybe that we've made these concessions. He no longer has any concerns because he was concerned for the occupants of number 12.
Okay.
As I said, there's no opposition from planning. It's in keeping with other development in the area. I can answer any questions if you have.
Okay. Panel, any questions? Oh, so here, no, you don't have a question. Okay, so we're in committee. Do you have comments, Larry?
No, I'll just, I think we've had a good discussion on this application, Chair. I think this is a good example of where the applicant has sat down and tried to work out a compromise with the adjacent neighbors. And while not everyone's happy with everything, I think that's often a hallmark of a good deal. So I think this is a supportable application now. I'm just going to try and recall what the changes. There was an amended or set of revised plans dated September the 12th. So I think we were going to tie the approval to those plans. There was also, were there amended variances on that one?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. Variance number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8.
Right.
Staff
and
have noted the changes.
Great, thanks, Sabrina. So I think I'll move approval of the amended application subject to forestry condition number 2 and tie it to the revised plans that were submitted or dated September the 12th.
So here you second the motion?
Sorry, Larry, if I may just ask, the driveway, again, in this particular case as well, there's no indication of the materials that are being used. Would you be okay if we added that as a condition, that a driveway be produced out of porous materials or permeable materials?
I think I'm okay with that, but was there a variance with respect to front yard landscaping?
I don't believe so. Oh,
Yes, variance number 7.
yeah, that's true.
75% is required, and they're at 65.4%.
Yeah, if there are in deficit, then yes, I would agree to have a condition for permeable pavers.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
I'd be happy to second that.
All right, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Next item is number 14, 450 Pape Avenue. I think this may be an appropriate time to take a 5 or 10 minute break. I'd say I have 12:25 come back at 25 to 1. We've had a couple of these Next item is number 14, 450 Pape Avenue. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence from Heritage. We have correspondence in support from 267 Withrow, 265 Withrow, 237 Withrow, and 259 Withrow. Interest correspondence and concern from 456 Pape and a 17 signature petition and concern or interest from residents of Pape, Riverdale, and Withrow. Steve Hilditch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, could you just speak a little louder?
Sure. My name is Steve Hilditch. I'm calling from Hilditch Architect, 401 Richmond Street West, Suite 139, Toronto. The original presenter had to step away, so I'm filling in. This particular project is, I think, fairly simple. Would you like me to make a presentation, or?
Yes, there is some opposition listed, so we should have a presentation from you.
Okay, if it's possible to go to the, yes, that's the document. Thank you. So if you scroll through possibly to the third slide, this basically is a provincially and municipally funded shelter for women and women-led households escaping oppression and violence. The particular project has undergone renovations from a previously derelict building. It is substantially complete, and the interior is currently occupied. However, the exterior work is not yet complete and is actually still underway. So we are looking for several small changes, and this summarizes those changes. Essentially, they are accessibility and safety related improvements to the property that we're seeking to have variance approval for. One of them is to extend the elevator to the existing third floor. Currently, the elevator shaft is legally existing and was installed in the previous work on the building. What we need is a variance to allow us to connect that with a walkway through to the third floor. This is tying into a heritage roof, and we have full heritage approval for what is proposed. A second minor variance is an emergency exit. And in fact, if you do want to flip to that next slide, it's probably easy to show you where these are located. So the elevator vestibule is shown as that reddish area on the left of the screen, tying to an existing elevator shaft and connecting into the heritage roof. There's a small increase in height of a dormer that faces north, and that's basically on the top red of the markup, essentially to raise an under height door from about 5.5 feet up to a minimum code height to allow proper and safe exit. And then the third variance relates to, or the third set of variances relate to a new porch, which is being added at the front of the house, which is the area shown at the right side of the drawing. The larger red area represents the extent of the new porch, which is essentially following the same footprint and extent as the original porch that was built in 1904. You'll see a white square within that area. That's the current porch. The original porch was ripped down somewhere in the past of the building as part of the extensive heritage discussions we've had. They've agreed that providing something similar to the original porch, into which we're introducing a ramp to provide accessibility to the main entrance for, not only for people in the shelter who might need mobility access because of infirmities, but also women with children and strollers. So the next drawing shows the north elevation of the building, and this is probably the one that has the best understanding and also reflects where most of the neighbors will have any impact. You'll see on the right side that red shaded area for the extent of the new corridor that connects the elevator to the Heritage Building, slightly raised dormer in the center, and then at the left side, the new porch, which is being added to the front of the building. If you go to the next elevation, this is the south elevation, again, showing the very minor impact of the connection from the elevator to the heritage roof, and then the extent again of the porch, and then from essentially the front of the building looking at the new extent of porch, also showing that we are providing a ramp that will basically be at grade approaching the neighbor to the north, do a U-turn and head back as an elevated ramp incorporated within the porch, arriving in the vicinity of the front door. So that gives you a very quick overview. Just as a comparison, the 1904 porch is shown at left, and a rendering of the proposed porch is shown at right. So Heritage is in full support of what we're proposing. So there are a number of variances related to this. Many of them are fairly technical in that they have to do in some cases with height, whereas in fact we are not exceeding the height of the existing building. The improvements to the exit sparked certain things, which again, because we're affecting something that, were it to be built new, would trigger variance, but in fact we're raising an existing condition to provide greater headroom, and it's a fairly minor variance. The ramp is something that is actually triggering the larger porch in support of Heritage's requirements. That larger porch extends to where the porch used to be, but is in fact beyond the required side yard setback, as is the pretty much the full extent of the entire side yard of the existing building. So I think that gives you a very quick overview of the proposal. There have been discussions with a number of neighbors, including meeting on site, which were to address issues that have nothing to do specifically with the variance. There are some acoustic issues, some incomplete work that the contractor is currently trying to complete under the original permit, things like a board fence along the laneway, which is currently under construction. So that generally there's been a general agreement with the neighbors that the Committee of Adjustment application is not worsening the issues they have, which have primarily to do with some noisy fans and acoustic levels. As a result, you saw a number of letters of support that came in following the meeting where we discussed these items with the surrounding neighbors.
Yes, Mr. Hilditch, your time is up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, panel? Okay, let's move on to Nick and Cindy Sherban.
Hi, Nick and Cindy, you've been unmuted, and if you'd like to use your video, you can do so now.
And how do we, oh, I see.
Video.
There we are. Okay, good afternoon, Nick and Cindy Sherban. We live at 456 PAPE Avenue, where our house is right on the property line with the Nellies. So I'd like to thank you for allowing us to address the committee this afternoon. First thing we'd like to say is that we are very supportive of Nellies and the work they do, and it's a very needed service, and we need more service for vulnerable women. And we've lived here for 36 years, and actually we're instrumental in getting Heritage Nation property. Nice property. We wanted to give you some background. Discussed. So Nellie says they want to be a good neighbor, and we like them too. So our neighborhood of over 20 houses, was working with them regarding noise issues, regarding the air conditioner, the generator, the kitchen exhaust, the HVAC on the annex building, and the exhaust, as well as the garbage and the rats that have now come into the neighborhood, all from garbage. So our neighbors were working individually or independently from each other, always speaking with Nellies, calling 311, calling the counselor and the noise department. I weren't getting anywhere. So we all organized, got together, then Nellies finally agreed to addressing some of these. Because we've been talking about a potential noise issue for a long time with them. So I think a good neighbor would have talked to us in advance of submitting to the, I know I would, and I think
All right, Mr. Sherbun, those are issues that you have to deal directly with Nellies. It's not part of this variance, this application. We are dealing with the variances here relating to the front porch and the elevator vestibule and a dormer, raising a dormer. So do you have any concerns about those items?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Okay.
I mentioned that to them. Anyhow, yes, I'll speak to the variances, and just to let you know, we too are in agreement with, I guess, the variance 1 and 2 and 5. Those are the ones that we are in agreement with, the dormer, the elevator. The one in particular that affects us, and then wouldn't affect the other neighbors, is the ramp. The ramp is, the proposed ramp is right on our property line. The variance requests that the ramp be located 5.5 meters from the north property line. But if you look at the site map, it looks like the end of the ramp is almost up against the property line. And if someone can clarify what that distance is, when we met with, at that community meeting, neighborhood meeting, Steve, one of the architects, was asked where the line would be, and it was a little bit big, and it was starting to get dark out and all of that. But anyhow,
4.5
meters. We feel it's just too close to the property line from what it looks like in the right now. We fire and safety issues, and we wonder if Toronto Fire has been consulted about where that ramp might be. And we also see that there's a nice evergreen tree that looks to be right in the vicinity of the proposed ramp, and we're going to happen to that tree. We'd hate to see it taken down because we just had to have notified Nellies that one of their trees out front was rotten and it was just taken down, and we all feel sad about that, but we knew it had to come down. So we are concerned about the ramp in particular. And we also wonder why this location on the north side of the porch is being proposed for the ramp. All the accessibility points of access for clients are on the south side. PAPE on the south side does not have any stairs, whereas the walkway on the north side does have stairs. The parking lot is right there. There's a driveway for vehicles to come in on the south side. There's nothing but street on the north side. The elevator is on the south side of the building. So we're a little bit baffled, and we mentioned it at the meeting. Why put it on the north side when everything is on the south side? It just makes for a longer travel for people. So we wondered if that could be addressed. And then we do also know, and we've mentioned it at the meeting, that the site plan has inaccuracies in it. And so we're working with something that isn't totally accurate. So that's also a concern of ours. And we wondered, how to get an up-to-date site plan.
Okay.
I think that's it for me.
Yeah, so we wanted to point out some of the inaccuracies in the site plan. First,
your time is up, sir.
Oh, okay.
You have 5 minutes
There's inaccuracies.
Combined.
Okay.
So if you could wrap up, if you have.
Okay, so we're asking the committee to look at the ramp and maybe find another site for it, or help us understand why it should be there, and not put it on the south side. And we're also asking for a corrected site plan. And we're asking Nellies to communicate with the immediate neighbors. It's unfortunate that it had to go to committee of adjustments when we could have talked about this, and that's what we do usually. But anyhow, and so thank you very much for your time and consideration.
All right. I just want to point out to you, we don't revise the plans or anything. We're just here to approve or not approve of these plans. And if there's a variance required from the bylaw, it has to go to the Committee of Adjustment. It's not a breakdown in communications. It's just what has to be done. You need the official stamp of approval.
So the one last, then I was going to address the inaccuracies. So there's
What you cut out, sir.
what I was saying is mentioning the inaccuracies on the site plan. There's 10 of them. Okay. 10.
Well, all right. We'll take that up with Mr. Hilditch. Okay, Mr. Hilditch.
Thank you. I'll try and address some of those comments. So,
Mr. Hilditch, sorry to interrupt. I'm wondering while you're speaking, could the technician put an expanded view of the site plan up, because the dimension of the ramp to the north property line is shown there, and perhaps you could speak to that. That was one of the questions that the people were concerned with.
in fact, if it's possible to zoom in on that specific area, the adjacent property, the ramp, and so on. Can you blow that up a bit from what you're seeing? Great, yeah. So in fact, the ramp is coming to about 2 feet, 600 millimeters from the adjacent property. We are putting a slab on grade at that location, which is essentially the termination of one run of the ramp, which the entire ramp is within the canopy of the new porch, except where it extends beyond the porch. Where it extends beyond the porch, it's essentially a slab on grade leading up to the point where it's most adjacent to the neighbor. And it will be constructed in a way that minimizes any interference with the adjacent tree. From that point, the ramp turns to head south towards the main entrance, and it begins to rise above grade and is captured within the porch overhang once it gets to that step out of the front, stepping back to the side there. So nothing in the construction of the ramp or handrails as it approaches the property line is of combustible construction, so there is no issue in terms of risk of fire to the neighbor's car, which is parked immediately next to the fence. And there are no issues that have been flagged by any of the authorities that look at such things. Toronto Fire doesn't typically look at something like this, but the building department is quite aware of combustibility of elements that approach a side yard. The point of access for the ramp is really to arrive at the front door. And this is actually a human rights and dignity issue for people who may be arriving at the shelter. Right now, they do arrive at a side door, which is not an entry for people staying within the shelter. It's currently being managed as a secondary access point. It's actually primarily an administrative entrance and doesn't have the security to be able to function as a point of entry for people within the shelter. Everyone else in the shelter who is able would actually come through the front door, which faces PAPE. And so that the ramp allows somebody who might either have mobility issues or who might have a child in a stroller or perhaps using a cane would then be able to use the ramp to get to the front door. The configuration of the ramp was checked with Heritage because they were quite interested to make sure that from a heritage perspective it wouldn't have an impact, and they were quite happy with the proposal. I'm trying to think of additional questions there may have been. There are some inaccuracies in the site plan with respect to what has been completed to date. As I'd indicated, the interior of the building is occupied. The exterior, including landscaping and some of the site works, remains incomplete. The contractor has been having difficulties dealing with the subtrade whose work that was. And as a result, about a week and a half ago, they discharged that trade. They've taken the work under their own umbrella, and work is currently happening on the fence, and there will be a number of other landscape and site plan related issues that will continue to work. The pandemic has had a pretty major impact on the ability to schedule. All of this work should have been finished many months ago, and so just as the neighbors, Nellie's is also very concerned about the lack of completion of the exterior work. The mention of inadequate garbage containers has been resolved. Nellie's has now negotiated a new contract with someone to provide containers that will not lead to the current open bin situation that they've been using on an interim basis. So I believe most of the other issues that aren't really in front of the committee for any variance are being worked through with Nellie's. They're certainly committed to transparency and working with the neighbors. Several months ago, issues around acoustics were being dealt with by bringing in an acoustic consultant to take measurements and make suggestions of how best to mitigate any noise that was generated. And that's ongoing, and Nellie's is reporting back to the neighbors as that happens. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, just one question that Ms. Sherban raised was, why is the ramp on this side and not on the other side? And I'm sure there's a very good reason for it, but I didn't hear it.
Thank you. Yes, in fact, the land slopes from south upwards to north, and so as it approaches the adjacent neighbors, that's the high point of their property. The slope of that land is such that there is a point of entry from PAPE at the south end of the property, getting close to the corner, where someone could arrive by foot from PAPE, walk up a sidewalk that slopes to the north, reaches a point at the foot of the stairs where they can then continue on this proposed new ramp that leads further north. If we were to instead try to locate the ramp elsewhere to get into the main door, because that's extremely critical for Nellie's, it would be a much, much larger ramp, because we'd then be losing the benefit of sloping at grade further up the property, and therefore the ramp would project much further above grade and further out into the side of the front yard. Heritage was not keen to have that kind of visible projection. The fact that we're tucking the ramp primarily under the porch roof would not be possible in any other location.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, Larry?
Just an attempt at maybe addressing some of the Sherber's concerns. I noticed that there's about a 2-foot gap in between where the edge of the ramp is and the property line. And their driveway is immediately adjacent, and would park their car and such. Is there any, just a suggestion, would there be any opportunity to put some sort of shrubbery or some sort of screening along that side, just to kind of visually interrupt the view there? I don't know if there is or not, just a suggestion.
There is actually a retaining wall at that location, and then a fence on top of the retaining wall. So there is some screening visually. I'm not sure from the neighbor's side how high that fence would be, but I believe there's adequate screening that they would not be seeing people approach on the ramp. It could be more that on the occasions when somebody's using that ramp, they can hear them. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Well, that's helpful. I thought that maybe it was a visual thing, but if there's screening there already, then that's fine.
Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned that there's been a change to the garbage, the way in which garbage will be dealt with. The site plan shows a concrete pad with a fence around it and garbage being contained within that fence, presumably in bulk lift containers. Can you clarify what has changed or what will change?
So one of the issues that has existed to date is that the rest of the fencing isn't complete. So currently the garbage is exposed, but the real issue is that the containers that had been used for garbage thus far were actually open bins. And the difficulty with open bins is rats have found their way into them. In fact, one neighbor had actually rescued a raccoon that was in there. Open bins were not the intended solution. It was an interim solution, and Nellie's has now got a supplier who will be doing the bulk lift with closed lid containers, which we're hoping will mitigate the issues of vermin and wildlife.
Thanks very much.
Any further questions, or can we go into committee comments, or do we have a motion? Yes, say here. We can't hear, you must be muted.
Thank you. I'd be quite happy to move a motion. I think this is quite a commendable effort also for a very good reason. I looked at all the variances, and I don't see any issues that need to be raised. So I'd be quite happy to move a motion. I don't believe there are any conditions attached to this particular application.
Larry, you second the motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, heritage, is there
There's
a
no
heritage
concern.
condition or no?
I
Maybe
don't
not.
think so.
Sorry, no.
Says they have no concerns.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay,
Just
all
wanted to
right.
make sure.
So, and Larry seconded the motion. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if you could indulge me for a second. One of the people that was speaking mentioned that there had been inadequate consultation with the neighborhood and had hoped that going forward there would be more consultation. I'm wondering in the minutes if we might put a note that we are encouraging further consultation between Nellie's and the neighborhood. It sounds as though when they actually sit down, they get a lot done, but there hasn't been that opportunity very frequently.
Okay,
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can do that.
yes, okay. Move on to the next item, number 15, 481 Rushton Road. The purpose of the application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by reconstructing the front second-story addition and to construct a third-story addition with a rear third-story balcony. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Mr. Perez.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is Eddie Perez, the designer, and I'm here on behalf of the owners. And my address is 537 Rogers Road.
Okay, thank you. I think, do you have anything to say to the panel before we take it into committee?
Yeah, this application is straightforward. The variances are minor. There's many houses in the area with the same features and characteristics as ours. So I feel that it meets the 4 tests. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Perez, could you tell me what consultation you had with the owners of 479 and 483? They haven't commented, and I'm just wanting to know what level of consultation you had.
Well, I talked to my client yesterday, and he said he talked to the neighbors and the ones behind, both on the side and in front. He had some consultation with neighbors.
So both 479 and 483 were spoken
Yes,
to?
he said he spoke to both, correct.
Thank you.
Yes, Larry?
Thanks, Chair. Just the third floor balcony, appreciate it's coming off a master bedroom, so it won't be used that intensively, but and it's set back from the rear, but maybe we should have some screening on each of the sides, I think, given it's a third floor balcony. Mr.
We're-
Perez, are you okay with that?
We're okay with that.
Thank you.
Okay, so do we have a motion? Larry, did you want to make?
Sure,
a
I'll move,
motion?
I'm happy to move approval of it. I think it's a straightforward application. I don't think it has any negative impact. The design is in keeping with the kinds of redevelopments we're seeing in this neighborhood. I think it's supportable. I'd like to move a motion to approve, subject to the condition that there be screening on each of the sides of the deck. I'm afraid I don't know which direction.
North and south.
Thank you,
North and
Carl.
south.
Thank you. On the north and south sides. That's it.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Carl, all in favor of the
Yes,
motion?
Mr. Chairman, could I just add one of the reasons that I'm seconding it and supporting it is Mr. Perez's effort to set the third floor back, both from the front and the back, which I think is admirable, and I'm happy to second the motion.
Okay, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Number 1630 McRoberts Avenue. And the purpose of this application to alter the existing one-story dwelling by constructing a second-story addition with a second-story deck. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant and a 17-signature petition in support signed by residents of properties on McRoberts Avenue and Caledonia Road. Mr. Barrett.
Yes, good afternoon, committee members, Mr. Chair. Graham Barrett of SGL Planning and Design, 1547 Bloor Street West, agent for the owner of 30 McRoberts Avenue.
Okay, so this is pretty straightforward. We had some trouble finding your property. It doesn't show up on Google, but we found out it's in the back.
Yes, as much as this is a fairly straightforward application, this is a very unusual property. It's completely tucked away behind adjacent homes. It has no frontage on McRoberts. It took me a little while to figure out where to post a committee sign for it, but we managed to get adequate notice up. I've submitted a full planning rationale for this, which outlines all the details. I'd be happy to go through them, but if you've had a chance to read that, I won't take up a lot of your time and instead answer any questions you may have.
Is there access off a laneway or is there a right-of-way through one of the properties in front?
There's both. There's a shared right-of-way with 32 McRoberts, and there's a rear access off the laneway as well.
Okay, thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Larry?
Yeah, just an observation. It feels like a laneway suite, obviously, but it's been there forever. Would it be roughly consistent with what we're trying to achieve through the provisions for laneway suites?
I think so. It's very much analogous to what's going on with laneway suites, although this is an anomaly in the neighborhood. But it's interesting you bring that up. I mentioned it in my planning rationale. I really wouldn't be surprised if we see this laneway transform over the next 5-10 years to include more development that looks exactly like this, which has been there for, it's been a residential use since at least 1996. And I mean, the building's been there for more than a century. So it's a very interesting space. And I think this will be a really interesting improvement to it, which will allow this family with 3 kids to have, a little more room than living in a converted factory behind some houses. So it's definitely very similar to a laneway suite. And I think the design is very sensitive to the neighbors. I think it's going to be a very interesting project when all's said and done.
Agreed. I'm sure I saw this when I was looking at the plans and such. The height. What does the final height come in at?
There's no variance required for height.
No, I know. I was just curious.
The height, let me just take a look at the stats here. 7.5 meters.
Okay.
That's from the site stats from the architect.
Okay, yes, here.
Just a quick question, this pure curiosity on my part. How did this property come to be what it is today? I think I heard you mention factory at one point.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. The current owners purchased it in 2005 as a residential property. They've been living there since 2005. The previous owner also was using it as a residential property with an art studio. When the owners, the current owners, decided to add on and get a proper zoning review done, it was flagged that the use was never officially changed. So although this is in a residential land use, it's residential zoning, it's in a neighborhood's land use designation, it's been residential for, over 20 years at least. It's not technically residential, so they are on the hook for development charges, parkland dedication, and so on. So that is all being addressed however it needs to be addressed, but clearly not a matter for committee. But they were as surprised as you are perhaps to learn that this was not officially changed to a residential use some point in the past 30 years. So
at some point, presumably, it was, you mentioned that it functioned as a factory?
Many years ago.
Years ago.
The owner provided some background information, which I didn't really think was relevant to committee, but there's a historic blog post about this site that someone has written. It used to be an oatcake factory. Going back to, oh gosh, let me just look through this document here. 1923, I believe.
My goodness.
Something like that. Yeah, a family had moved there by 1926, and yeah, I mean, there's this long, interesting history behind this. I believe it was a fabrication shop as well for screws or something like that. It's had various uses over the past century plus, and now it's just a very interesting single-family dwelling, which is completely hidden away from the street.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. Panel, we have a motion? Yes, Larry?
Thanks, Chair. I think we all agree this is a very unique proposal in a very unique location. I thought that the design was actually quite attractive. It's not just a big cube. They've actually tried to introduce some architectural features to it. I also note that there is wide support for this in the surrounding neighborhood, which I was pleased to see. I think it's a supportable application. It is an anomaly. It's a little taller than we would typically see in a laneway suite. But given the historical context, I think it's supportable. So I'm happy to move a motion to approve this. I don't think there are any conditions that I can see, are there?
Nope.
Could I suggest one?
Oh.
Could I suggest a friendly amendment? Could I suggest that the second floor deck and green roofs be constructed in accordance with drawing A-07? And my reason for that is the entire roof actually could become a deck at some point, and there would be overlook problems. The proposal is before us doesn't have that difficulty, so that if the drawing as shown A.07 was followed, there's a limit on the deck, and then there's green roof, and the green roof provides the barrier. So I think it's a really good solution. I agree with you that there's nothing like a constraint to create creativity, and that's what's happened here.
So you said A07?
Yeah, it's the second floor plan.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. So happy to have that as a condition.
You second the motion, Carl?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Right. Number 1777 Riverview Gardens. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear one-story partial addition. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, email correspondence from Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, Conservation, Toronto and Region Conservation Authority, and a report from the Conservation Authority. Yeah, Mr. Lindy.
Stephen Lindy, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Chair. Can everyone hear me?
We can't hear you, Mr. Lindy.
Stephen Lee, architect and agent of the proposal.
We're having trouble hearing you. You're very faint.
Chair?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
My name is Stephen Lindy, architect and agent of the proposal.
Oh, and your address, sir?
48 Bedford Park Avenue, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay. All right. So this seems relatively straightforward. We're going to take it into committee. Do you have anything to say to the panel before we go into committee?
No, go ahead, please.
Okay. Panel, do you have any questions? Okay. Do we have a motion? Say here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a very straightforward application. I don't see any issues with it. From what I can see, there are no conditions from any source. So I think I'd like to move a motion to approve.
Okay. Carl, you second that motion?
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Number 18, 17 Trenton Avenue. And the purpose of this application is to alter the existing raised bungalow by constructing a complete second-story addition, a three-story east side and south side rear addition with a front integral garage, a new front porch and steps with a walkout basement and a new rear deck maintaining the existing walkout basement. Also, there will be one primary unit and one secondary unit within this dwelling. Mr. McAuliffe.
Yes. Okay, to start off with, this is being referred to as a three-story dwelling because we're building on top of the existing foundation. We want to make the basement of proper height, so the first floor is above the 3-foot 11-inch mark. So therefore, the basement was classified as part of the house, and that's why it's classified as a three-story house.
Yeah, Mr. McAuliffe, could we first have your name and address for the record?
I'm sorry, Patrick McAuliffe, 69 Harris Park Drive, Scarborough. I'm the agent for the owner.
Okay. So, so you might give us a very brief presentation just to enlighten us as to a point like you just made.
Yep. So this is the owner wanted to keep the existing dwelling that's there, so we're adding on top of that, and that's what's created most of these issues that we're before the committee for, such as item number 1, which is the roof eaves, and the reason why we have a problem with roof eaves is because of the original house was too close to the west property line. Number 2 was a permitted height. Now, it says on this one that the height of the walls are going to be 8.4 meters, but that's only the walls that are around the garage. Most of the house, the wall height is 7.74 meters high. When you get into the floor space index, the reason why it's so high, again, is because the basement is being included into this, whereas without the basement, the floor space index would be 0.79. The coverage is, yes, the coverage is high, but 40%. The front yard landscaping is what it is right now. We are rebuilding on top of the existing porches there right now, so the landscaping is basically the way it is right now. The maximum required side yard setback of 0.9, that is, again, yes, we're going for that. The maximum, the parking space thing is a bit confusing because we are creating a parking space that is less than the 3.2 meters. Right now, it basically says that we don't have a parking space, but once you approve the fact that we're going to have a parking space that is less than the required width, then we have a parking space.
Yeah, so.
And that is basically, yep, that's basically all the issues that we're going for.
Yeah, so Mr. McAuliffe, that becomes very confusing. Do we approve no parking spaces, or do we approve number 8 and forget about number 7?
Yeah, they sort of go one and one, don't they? Because if you don't prove one, then you don't get the other, so.
Okay. we're gonna have to figure out how to deal with it. Panel, do you have any questions? All right, any comments? Do we have motions here?
So just a question with regard to the driveway. You've got a driveway that's indicated, and I think it's on the site plan as being brick.
Right.
Is it going to be a new driveway or is it an existing?
Well, there's a driveway there right now, so we'll obviously, to make it more appealing, we'll get rid of the asphalt and put in a brick driveway.
Is there any way to make it more permeable?
There's no tree issues there, I believe.
No, but you have a landscape deficiency in the front anyway. Not that, you know, it's, but variance number 5, asking for a variance for front landscaping, soft landscaping, by having a porous or a permeable driveway that would certainly mitigate any drainage issues.
I guess so. Right next door to us is a apartment building that has just been completed, and it has an actual parking lot beside it. So if that's necessary, I guess I can do that. But it just for a new house to have a permeable driveway, it just doesn't look that great. But if that's what you want, that's what we'll do.
It certainly mitigates drainage issues for your client. So I think that would be in that client's interest.
Yep. Okay. We'll agree with that then.
Yeah, so just so you're clear, so permeable pavers are, visually not dissimilar from brick or, traditional unilock brick. So I don't think it would negatively impact your client's home at all.
No. Okay.
Okay.
Yep, no problem.
Okay, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some concern with the, I guess you call it the main floor, but it's quite raised at the back deck. I think it needs screening on both the east and the west sides. I presume you don't have a problem with that. But I'm wondering can you tell me where variance 8 comes from? I'm a bit lost. It's an integral garage, and what is this parking space referring to?
Okay, so the way the shape of the house is right now, because the garage is not the required width of a parking space, therefore technically there is no parking space on this property. We are proposing that the garage actually be a little bit 3.07 meters wide. So once you approve that 3.07 meters wide, we then have a parking space.
So is that the inside dimension of your garage?
Yeah, 3.07, yeah.
Okay, and it's an existing garage?
No, it's a new garage, but again, we have the problem of where the existing house is located, and trying to get a garage onto the side of the house. We couldn't, unless we went over closer to the property line, we couldn't get the garage to be any wider than that.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. You talk about the problems of trying to retain the existing foundation. I think that's a good solution. I wish more developers would do that. It's far less disruptive to the community as you construct. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Yes.
Chair, I just wanted to clarify. So you raised the question, so with that explanation, do we still need 7 and 8, or?
Seemed to me we need 8, if we're prepared to approve 8, and then we can say we don't need 7 because it's satisfied. I would think, Sabrina, is that correct?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Can you repeat that again?
So Larry's, and I asked whether we need both 7 and 8, and the applicant said, well, once we get 8, we shouldn't need 7 because then there's a parking space. But
so is the applicant formally removing that variance then?
no, because he's asking for approval for 8. If we approve 8, I suppose we can remove, or he can ask for 7 to be removed because he won't need it. But at this point, he doesn't have a parking space, so he needs both variances.
Yes. I would side on the caution side of starting to remove variances. Because it may, like, if it's not correct, then it may require another variant or another application to come back to committee.
Yeah,
So it's something that the applicant would have to agree upon
okay.
to do, or just to leave it as is.
Or just approve it as is.
Yep.
Is there any downside to leaving it in there? I mean, he'll have a parking space in an integral garage, and it will be 3.07 meters wide if we approve variance number 8. There's no downside to leaving 7 in then, is there?
No, there isn't, because as long as it's a legal parking spot, then, but, I mean, remember, the minimum required width is 3.2. So if the space is only 3.07, then it's not considered a legal parking spot, right?
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, so I think we need to keep both 7 and 8.
Okay,
That makes sense.
all right. So Larry, you're gonna make a motion?
Sure. I looked at this closely. I actually thought the way that the height is differentiated from one side to the other made sense and was kind of sympathetic to the neighbor. I'm not sure which direction it is, to the right. And I thought the design is quite good. I didn't see any problem. The fact that there is a new apartment building, it was a vacant parking lot before, but it looks like they put an apartment building on that site, so there's no disruption on that side either. I think it's a supportable application. I will move approval. I don't think there are any conditions.
Just the driveway?
Oh, beg your pardon. That we would require that the driveway be constructed of permeable pavers.
And screen the deck on the east and west sides, because it's raised above the ground by almost an entire floor.
Thank you, Carl.
This is motion by committee.
Yeah,
So-
Chair, did you want to put a condition in?
No. You second the motion, Zahir?
Yes,
Okay.
Chair.
All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir. Number 19, 20 Glenside Avenue. Purpose of this application is to construct a one-story ancillary building, a detached garage in the rear yard of this property. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant and support from 1862 35 22 74 Glenside and 9 Redwood Avenue. Mr. Murdoch.
Hello, Paul Murdoch speaking. I'm the architect agent. I live at 71 Robbins Avenue in Toronto.
Okay, I don't think we need, this is very straightforward. I don't
Yes.
think we need a presentation from you. Panel, do you have any questions, or do we have a motion? Yes, Carl?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say that the covering letter was very helpful. As the gentleman that wrote the letter indicated, the approach that's been taken preserves trees and reduces the amount of excavation necessary. It also promotes good drainage of the site. I don't see a negative side to this application in any way. I'd like to recommend move approval without condition.
All right, we have seconders here. All in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Number 20, 219 Wheeler Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a one-story ancillary. Sorry, got the wrong one. Okay. Purpose of the application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage, 2 rear 2-story box bay windows, and a rear 3rd-story balcony. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry, and a 7-signature petition in support from occupants and owners of properties on Wheeler Avenue and Juniper Avenue. Mr. Robinson?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we certainly can.
Okay. All right.
We have your...
My name is Robbie Robinson. I'm from MJ Design Consultants. I'm the agent for the owner, and our address is currently, during the pandemic, 4 Elton Crescent, Tobico, Ontario, M8W2X8.
Okay, thank you. Panel, do you have anything to say before I take it to the panel?
Are there any questions from the panel?
Well, we'll find out.
Okay, the one thing I'd like to point out is this is actually an addition to an existing building permit for a 2-story new building on this site, which we've already obtained. The client and his wife decided to make another baby while we were going through the permit process, and so we needed to enlarge the house.
Oh, so we got to be careful. Do it quickly before another one comes along.
I don't think we can give a variance for that.
No, probably not.
Okay. All right, panel, any questions? Yes, here.
Just a comment. I must say the rendered drawings that were submitted are really interesting. Quite an interesting design, and makes it much easier to understand what's being looked at. I did have a question with regard to the balcony, but I have a feeling that it doesn't require screening.
Well, there's nobody there. It sort of looks at a bank and out over the backyard, and it's removed forward from the rear wall. So there's really no overlook conditions.
And if nobody, Chair, if nobody has if my colleagues don't have any concerns or questions, I'd be happy to move a motion.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, Carl, did you have a question?
No, I was going to second the motion as soon as he makes it.
Well, we don't have a motion yet, but I'll call
I'd
you
like
to
to move.
second it.
I'd like to move a motion to approve. I believe the only condition that's there is forestry number 2.
Okay, you second that, Carl?
Yes, I'd like to add, this is an extremely sensitive and handsome design. Compliments to the designer.
Thank you.
I'll echo that as well. I was really quite impressed with how fulsome the supporting material was. So that's it'd be great if we could see more applications that were like this. It was great. Thank you.
I appreciate the comments. Thank you.
Okay, so does that mean we're going to approve it? Okay, all in favor?
I think so.
All in favor? Carl, raise your hand, Carl. Okay.
I didn't hear you.
Approved. Approved. It is now 1:33. We are
Thank you,
adjourning
gentlemen, and
for lunch.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff are okay to adjourn for 2:20 p.m. If that's okay.
Okay, 2:20. Well, it's 1:33.
Yeah.
Okay. My watch is fast.
Thank you.